Welcome to Savvy Startup Marketer. I'm Lindsay, and I am so honored you would choose to let me coach and guide you through setting your new business up for success. I created Savvy Startup because, having been in marketing world for a long time, there's an imbalance in the instruction and advice and guidance given to small business owners. You've probably already felt that. Most of it is not really that realistic for a small business. It's more geared for a larger business with a sizable budget and honestly more than one person doing the marketing, right? I'm here for the solopreneur, the small team trying to bootstrap, get off the ground without spending a lot, keeping it lean. And if that is you, you are my people. I want to save you years of wondering what to do next and just tell you exactly what to do and help you build a really strong foundation from the beginning. How does that sound? My goal is that this course takes the guesswork out of your marketing, gives you exactly what you need to launch and sell and grow quickly in the first couple years of your business. In 18 years of a marketing career, including 7 years of working one-on-one with clients, I can tell you the usual small business marketing scenario is honestly pretty messy. The business owner has just been kind of trying all kinds of things for a long time, spending a lot of money, burning hours on content creation, feeding platforms that truly are just not bringing in the sales. You don't have to do it that way. If you commit to building right at the beginning, then you will be way ahead of most small business founders, I guarantee it. So your job right now, for however long it takes, is to apply and finish this course. I'm making it easy for you to know how to spend your time right now, get it knocked out. I promise it won't take you that long. I want you to talk to me in the Q&A. I want your questions, your ideas, your feedback. I would love to be able to help you further, and I can't do that unless you talk back to me. And there are several super handy downloads in the following lessons, so make sure you check the descriptions and grab those. I've made them fillable, so you can just fill them out right there on your computer. And pro tip, I also do have a podcast called Savvy Startup Marketer. It is where you can continue to get free weekly coaching from me, and it's a perfect complement to this course. So go find that right now wherever you listen to podcasts. Okay, you've got your learning time scheduled on the calendar, right? Great. Let's get started. Okay, so you might be thinking, what exactly do I need to already have done for my business in order to make sure I have what I need to do this course? The answer is very little. I designed this course to be for somebody who is brand new to business ownership, who has never had a business or even gone through the motions of a business at all. And I want you to be able to feel like you can start from scratch. If you already have several things for your marketing or for your business accomplished, then hey, that's great. I do recommend you still do all the lessons of whatever you might feel like you've done or been through or know about, because you might pick up on some really good tips, and it might actually help you make sure what you already have is going to work and follows best practices. And I just like to drop a lot of tips from a lot of experience into every single lesson. So it will be worth it to still just check it out. But if you have absolutely nothing, then here are the basics of what you probably should have or be working on right now before you jump into the next part of the course and really get into building a system and all of the rest of the stuff that we're going to talk about. So what do you need before you build anything? You'll need a general business plan, a vision for your business. You don't have to have a super detailed written out business plan, although I do think there are some resources out there that could be super helpful for you if you want to really map out a business plan. I know that the Small Business Administration, the government site, is great. The Chamber of Commerce government site has a section about small businesses that's really helpful, that also talks about business planning. What helped me is a book called Business Boutique by Christy Wright. I think that book is probably still available if you want to just look on Amazon. And I know that she talks a lot about business planning in that book, and even I think has a resource where you can write your business plan out. So well worth the investment if you're like, I really need guidance to do a business plan. But for this course, I basically am asking for, what is your business going to be? Who are you going to serve? What's the general vision here? And we can go from there. We can use that. On that, a defined target audience is always helpful. In fact, marketing basically lives or dies off of a defined target audience. Too many business owners are out there trying to reach the entire global population and don't think that they are, but kind of are in their messaging and in their marketing and in their minds, thinking like, we're just going to explode. And that is definitely not the way to start. You can broaden later, but the more defined and focused your target audience is, the better and the easier everything is going to come together. We will continue to talk about that. And then with that, you also definitely want to have your services or products outlined. You want to have some definition around those. If you're a service provider, I highly recommend having like your top 3 services. Honestly, only 3 can get you started and is a really good way for you to get everything built and to focus in on just a few things. And then again, you can broaden that offering later, but again, defined is better than too broad, especially in the early days. So I definitely recommend getting that on paper, outlining what you're going to offer, the product type that you're going to offer, and don't make it too general, but like narrow it down to, okay, within that product, like more specifically, what gap am I filling, or what is my product going to be the best in quality at? So really think through these things before you really start doing your marketing. All of this is going to be really helpful for what we're going to build. A startup squad, and I will get into that more in another lesson upcoming. I will talk about a startup squad. There's actually a whole workshop that I have done with a group of people, and a whole training that I offer. And the startup squad is going to be essential, but it's a lot for me to unpack right now. All you have to do is go get that lesson to see what I mean. And then some money to invest. Honestly, it's very, very little. And I'm so excited that I've been able to build a system that people can build a business on for quite a while, honestly, that at the moment only costs about $75 a month. That's like so minimal. But I do recommend making sure you have checked your budget, making sure you're ready to sign up for a couple of platforms that are going to cost something every month. ConvertKit is one and Lead Pages is the other. And I am going to recommend just using the base level of those. And the cost is so little. And then all the other platforms that we're going to use for our system are free. And then we can expand on all of that later, and we can do the upgrades, and we can add some other platforms that are helpful that might cost something. But we're not even going to talk about that until the very end of this course, because that's all about scaling. And right now we're operating on a lean budget, right? So we're going to work with what we can get for the most affordable price. And this system is going to work, and it's not going to cost much, but there is a small amount of money involved in those 2 platforms specifically. So you do want to make sure you've figured out how much you can afford per month, and make sure you can cover that. If you have a lot more that you're investing, I encourage you honestly to hold off paying anything else for any marketing platforms until the end of this course, so that you can build something that is super affordable. It's really easy to get caught up in promotions and people selling other platforms and people raving about other platforms. But I honestly believe you can build your business on the system that we're going to build and the platforms that we're going to use in this course. And I am also a big believer in telling people to kind of draw the line in the first year and to use a lot of the free stuff that's out there that is gold and does work, and to not buy into the hype. Okay. All right. So this is all that you really need coming into this course. What we will actually cover in this course, especially toward the beginning, we're going to talk about branding and art for your brand. So if you don't have any of that, if you don't have a logo, you don't have colors picked, and you're just like, wait, colors? If you don't have any of that yet, we're going to do a whole lesson on it. And we're going to work on that together. If you already have all of that, perfect. Should still do the lesson. Messaging, brand messaging is huge. We are going to actually do a whole lesson on that. Actually, it's kind of an intense workshop because messaging is so big in marketing and making it effective and actually getting that conversion and that sale. Lead magnets, we'll talk about that. So you don't have to have that done. You don't have to have it figured out. We're going to work on that together. Incentive ideas, I will pound you with a bunch of incentive ideas. So you don't think about it yet. Let's go from the beginning down. And then finally, website, domain, contact, email. Those are usually a couple of the first things people set up. If you don't have that set up yet, I'm going to talk about that in a future lesson. So you don't even have to set it up yet. If you have that, then great. But start thinking about these things because we're going to cover them pretty soon. Before we set up any kind of marketing system or really do any marketing at all, then we need to talk about branding. I'm just going to go over the basics right now, and you may have branding ready to go. You're like, I got my logo, I got my colors, I got my fonts. But it wouldn't hurt to just go ahead and listen to this lesson, and you might pick up some hot tips that maybe you didn't know about or hadn't really totally thought about. And maybe it's actually a good time before you start doing a lot of marketing to go back and update some branding already based on what I'm going to share. But if you don't have any branding, then this is perfect. You can start from scratch. I'm going to explain exactly what you need for your marketing in the beginning. Art, the visual side of your brand is key because it's going to be what people identify your business with when they see like anything that represents your business or is very common or consistent throughout your business. This is usually what people think of when they talk about branding. Your logo is a big one. A good graphic designer is going to give you a logo package that has different sizes. And this is because a lot of different online platforms require certain sizes, or certain sizes fit best with, the space that they have for your logo. Even across different website or landing page templates, you may have one logo that works great and one logo that just doesn't work. And so it's actually key to have different varieties of your logo. And a graphic designer is going to give you that. If you're doing your logo yourself, which you totally can, you just may want to keep in mind the importance of having it a variety of sizes and colors. 3 to 4, you really don't need many. I have tried to do a bunch of colors before because I get really excited about all these different color options. And then honestly, I just end up using my favorite ones or certain ones that stand out the best. There is a science behind colors. And so you do want to be careful that you maybe research that a little bit and make sure your color choices work well for marketing specifically. I always advise a really nice white version, maybe just like the pure white is a great option to add into your color palette. A good option for a black. I have like a little bit of a softer black that I use for my brand black. But beyond that, 1 or 2 like colors that complement each other, that work great on digital platforms is the best thing. You don't need a ton of different options. And for logo, for colors, even for fonts, honestly, if you have the budget to work with a professional on those, I do recommend it. Or maybe that's something that you can save for in the future. And right now you'll just use the basics that you can make yourself on Canva, and that's great too. Fonts you want to be careful of. They need to be easy to read. They need to be the type of font that is easily accessible on most platforms. Canva is going to mislead you because they have like a gigantic list of font options. But then you're going to go over to somewhere like, you know, Word, or you're going to use whatever's available in your website platform, and you're going to be like, oh my gosh, my list just got really short and I used a Canva font that doesn't work over here. So honestly, I would just go with some of the most popular fonts in the beginning. You can change those in the future. And one thing about fonts you need to be really careful of is Google will actually red flag or sort of punish a website that uses fonts that are not easy to read on websites. So you got to be very careful about the font not being too thin or being, I don't know, blurry, or any kind of font that looks beautiful in theory, but then you get it on a website and it's just not easy to read. Readability is huge online. So honestly, again, just go with the popular fonts. They're popular for a reason. Headshots. If you can grab a handful of headshots for yourself now sooner than later, then you'll have those ready when you go to pop them into a platform, and it'll make your marketing look personable and friendly, and people need to see your smiling face on your marketing. So you're going to need those. Messaging. You're going to want, of course, your business name, your business tagline, that catchy one sentence phrase that, you know, kind of reels people in at the beginning, explains what's cool about your business, what's cool about what you offer, your solution. Boilerplate description is just kind of a fancy term for that summary at the bottom of like a press release. Basically, it's just a summary of your business. It's, you know, your elevator pitch. It's your like 30-second overview. So you're going to want to have that ready. And then keywords is something I am big on. I think that it should go in your early brand messaging. And you need to be thinking through what keywords you're going to work into your brand messaging and copy and basically your online conversation, because SEO wise, it's important to incorporate keywords into everything that you're doing. And all of this is going to be discussed in a future lesson based on a brand messaging workshop that I actually do with students. So you can look forward to that. If you don't have a lot of this ready or set, or you're unsure, we're going to workshop it. Okay. So don't stress too much about your copy yet. And then finally, ways to contact you. This is kind of like, you know, a fundamental thing for your marketing. I'm just including it in the branding basics. Your website domain is going to be something you're going to want to go ahead and look for and decide on and purchase. GoDaddy is a great place to go for purchasing. They work really well with almost any kind of website platform that you would end up using. So it's kind of just makes it easy. Lead Pages, which is a platform we're going to use in our system, syncs really well with GoDaddy. There's easy instructions for pairing those two together. So if you have not purchased a website domain yet, you're going to want to go ahead and do that. If you want to wait until you watch the lesson on the brand messaging, then, you know, that might be a smart idea, because if you don't have your business name completely narrowed down or finalized, then your website domain will probably lean heavily on what your business what name is. And so you might want to wait and do your domain after finalizing your name choice. But if you've got all that worked out, then the next step is going to be to have a domain ready for your system when you build it. Your business email, you can easily do this for free through Gmail. Or you can pay for a Google Workspace. The lowest price right now is about $6 a month. And honestly, it comes with a lot of options and like storage and like a whole thing. So if you want a business professional looking email, I actually do recommend getting Google Workspace. but you can do it for free just by using a Gmail account. I did that for a long time. And that's something that you're going to want to nail down pretty soon too. So those are the basics that you're going to need as far as, branding, brand identity. And once you have most of this worked out, then you'll feel like you can completely build your system and you'll have everything you need for that. Finally, you're going to want to look below because I actually have a whole checklist for everything that we just talked about in this lesson, and it is fillable. So you can use this checklist and kind of check through all of the items and make sure you're not missing anything. Welcome to the Increase the Conversion Power of Your Copy, our brand messaging workshop. Thank you for jumping in and watching this, whether you are a Savvy Startup course student who is working out that core messaging for the system that you're building, or maybe you wanted this workshop because you're a business owner and you need help writing copy. This is a great place for you. I want to spend some time teaching strong copywriting skills, as well as give you the resources that you need to really work through your own business messaging. And that's going to mostly come in the form of applying what we're going to talk about to a downloadable worksheet that is available to you if you've grabbed this course or this workshop somewhere. In the course, it's going to be in the lesson down below. Or if you're just doing this workshop as like a one-off training, then I'm sure, got an email with that download attached to it. So you're going to want to go grab that, open it up. You don't have to work through it yet. You probably just want to absorb the teaching and training that I'm going to do in the next few minutes, and then probably go back to that worksheet and actually apply it for your business. First of all, if you didn't already know, I'm Lindsay Wagnon. I am teaching this workshop because I've got a history of marketing in my background, and it's very heavy in copywriting. Teaching people how to write great copy and sharpen those communication skills, I think, is everything, not only to great marketing, but also business ownership. The more you learn how to communicate well as a business owner, the better your business is going to do all around. So I hope that what I have to share with you, based off of a pretty extensive copywriting background that includes everything from blogging for SEO back in like 2005, when that was a whole thing. I know I'm aging myself, but yeah, we're going all the way back to that. Then years of journalism and lifestyle magazine writing. And then after that, years of just being a copywriter for marketing agencies, and then being in a bigger corporate marketing environment, leading copywriting teams, leading larger creative teams as a sales marketing director. You get the picture. I've been doing copy forever. So I'm going to bring my best tips for you, but I promise it's going to be on the level of somebody who doesn't necessarily have a lot of experience writing copy and just really needs help with the pillar pieces. Today, of course, if you're in the course, you already know this, but if you're not in the course, you might not know this. I'm really leaning into startup sales marketing systems that are heavy on automation, which means we do a lot of our copywriting for our system and for our business up front, and we want to make sure we get it right. I'm also a pastor's wife, a mom of 2 little girls. I try to run marathons when I can. I have a little garden in my backyard that I'm obsessed with, and I'm musical. I sing and play piano when I can. All right, so let's jump into it. What we're going to cover in this workshop, really 4 kind of critical things, actually 3 critical things, and then I'm going to leave you to workshopping your own brand copy based on what we talk about. First of all, the mindset of a strong sales copywriter, the mindset and where your mind is at and how you're thinking about it is everything to being able to write your copy better. And we're going to really unpack that today. That's actually really unpacked too in that first page of your worksheet. So if you feel like this is kind of a crash course and you need to rethink through everything we've talked about, don't worry, it's all in that worksheet. Second, the importance of keywords to marketing copy. There are multiple reasons. Having a kind of fine-tuned list of keywords are really critical. First of all, because of SEO, everything online is very search heavy and becoming more search based all the time. So I'm not just talking about being found in Google. I'm talking about even social media platforms, and what you put in your profile or your bio on there really needs to be keyword search friendly. And so the types of things you're writing over and over again for your marketing, really, if you can bring back keywords and key phrases that are speaking to your ideal customer over and over again, then you're going to lock in really great messaging. And then we're going to go through 3 kind of pillars of brand messaging, and I'm going to unpack how you need to be thinking strategically about each of those 3 things to get that right, so that as you're bringing in leads through whatever you might be bringing in leads through, they're coming to that core messaging, whether that's on your website, whether that's talking with you in person, whether that is your profiles that they're finding in different places, like maybe LinkedIn. You need to make sure that wherever you're directing people, they're seeing the best copywriting that you possibly can get out. And we're going to try and fine tune that today. All right, so let's talk about what effective messaging is really all about and boils down to. It's really all about who. If you can get the who right, then you can get the words right. Who do you want to work with and serve the most? And that the most part is critical. It's there for a reason. Most of us as business owners, we feel really like, I would say maybe guilty about trying to be there for everyone, or we feel pressured to kind of be wide open in who we're working with, because we're programmed to like not alienate people, right? We're programmed to include and to make sure we're not turning away a potential paying client. But that backfires when we are trying to do our marketing and trying to get actual sales for our business. Because if you're too broad and too general, then people are on the other end reading what you're writing are going to go, that's kind of me, but I'm kind of looking for something more specific. So I don't really know if this person is offering exactly what I want, because they're being picky. They're being picky about the businesses they use, who they work with, who they jive with, where they're a good fit. So you can be picky as a business owner and be clear and say, I specifically want to work with this type of person, or serve this type of person, or sell products that are made for this type of person. You have permission to be picky. Let's talk through an example of this. Let's say you're a fitness instructor and you're starting to establish your business, and you're like, well, I mostly want to focus on working with women. Great. But that's very broad. You may have narrowed it down some, but let's think about, okay, well, just women everywhere. Are you in a certain geography? Are you, better at working with certain types of women than others? Like, let's be honest about this. So getting a little bit more focused, maybe you then decide, okay, I'm a fitness instructor, but really I like more that personal coaching style. And I'm really good at being flexible with my schedule. And I'm very passionate about wanting busy women to find time in their schedule to work out. We're getting somewhere. So then you go to, okay, I'm a personal fitness coach and I train busy women. Okay, we're getting somewhere, but that maybe can get even more narrow. Can you get more narrow with it? Ask yourself that, like for real. Can I get more focused and narrow? All right, so I am really good about, and I kind of understand like ambitious career women because I've been that. So that is who I jive with well. So maybe I am a personal fitness coach who does on demand training for ambitious career women. Bingo. That is who you want to work with and serve the most. And you know what? Your audience is going to appreciate that clarity. Let's also talk about who do you want to avoid attracting to your business, because you don't have time to be answering questions over and over again from the wrong people. And if you've got any business ownership experience and you've been working with some people or selling products for a while, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You're like, oh yeah, oh, I've had some clients that I wish I would have weeded out better at the beginning. Well, your copy can help you weed those leads out, not only by being very specific in who you want to work with, but also by being careful that you're not too wide open to bringing in people who are like, okay, well, yep, like I'm busy because I've got, a busy schedule with kids, but I'm looking for a personal coach who also offers childcare while we're doing our training sessions. You're like, I'm not really equipped for that. I can't do that. So let's make sure we're not having to constantly vet people because our messaging is not clear to begin with. So it can be helpful just to kind of write down, all right, who do I want to be careful I'm not attracting to my business? What do you want your ideal customer to feel when they purchase from you, when they work with you? I know that the copywriting advice out there is just lean in on the solution, but I want to go one step further and say lean in on the feeling. Lean in on when they take you up on your services, when they work with you, when they buy what you offer. What is that feeling that they're going to have? Well, when you are specific about who you want to work with, then knowing how they want to feel comes easier. So let's go back to the personal fitness coach. When you know I'm a personal fitness coach who really enjoys working with that kind of ladder climbing, corporate focused, ambitious career woman, and let me tell you what they need, because I know that person. They need energy. They need energy for their schedule, for their day, and their strength is getting sapped because they're not making time to work out and they're exhausted, but they don't realize, or maybe they do realize it, but I can really push them on this, that listen, let's do the 30-minute on-demand workouts 4 days a week. And I can guarantee you're going to get energy. You're going to find energy you didn't know you had. And so there's your kind of platform as this personal coach. And you're tapping into that feeling that you want to give them. Fantastic. Another example that I had a client who did charter piloting for like business executives and stuff like that. And it was, like within a certain radius and all of that. So what is that charter pilot offering? A business executive who is really busy, who needs to be able to go 2 hours away on a, like on a moment's notice, be somewhere in the afternoon and come back by the evening. Like, I don't know that life, but there are people who have that life. Maybe you're one of them. But what is this charter pilot offering? This charter pilot is offering less stress on that business executive who's like already up to their eyeballs in stress and pressure. So there's a feeling there that you can tap into. Let me eliminate the stress of finding who's going to pilot you everywhere, and let me offer my charter services. And then you can kind of lean into writing your messaging that way, and focusing on the stress relief that somebody is going to have. So think about that really key feeling and get that written down. Maybe it's a couple feelings, but I would recommend narrowing it down to like, what's the thing that my customer wants to hear? What's the main thing? And repeat that over and over again in your messaging. Let's get into keywords. We already talked about why keywords are important because of SEO, because repetition helps drive home the message. What are some keywords you want to be associated with your business? What are some keywords that would probably attract the wrong person? You've got a place in your worksheet to work this out and to make a list. And I would start with some real obvious ones and then kind of get more granular or more specific or even more creative in your list. I recommend making a list of like 15 to 20 to start with. And then within that, kind of pinpointing maybe 4 or 5 that you bring up a lot. And this isn't necessarily for SEO reasons. This is more for, again, repeating the key things that you know your customer really wants to hear. If you do too many things, then again, your copy is going to get confusing. So let's narrow it down, but let's keep the bigger list of keywords handy so that we can repeat that in stuff that we write online, because that is what helps with your SEO. So a longer list for SEO and a condensed list for your copy effectiveness and for your customer to really cling to. So some examples of what are some keywords that would attract the wrong person. Let's say you sell more high-end products and you want to be careful about attracting people who are just going for affordability or cheap. Affordability, inexpensive, those would be a couple of keywords that would go on your negative list that you're like, I'm not going to put that anywhere because that's not who we are. Maybe you're a dance instructor and experience level is a factor in what you offer. So your copy is not going to include keywords like beginner because you're offering dance classes for people who are more intermediate, advanced dancers. You're like going to take them to the next level in their career. So you want to be careful about, dance classes for all ages, because that's probably not really true. Dance classes for beginners, you're going to leave that out. And you're going to want to instead be very specific about intermediate, advanced dancers. That's going to be in your copy, and you're not going to use keywords that confuse people. Another final example of this, for my business, I've leaned into startup marketing systems, but even more specifically for business owners who are at the startup launch phase through the first 3 years of business. So I'm weeding some people out there, but that's a good thing. And I have to be careful not to make a lot of my messaging around like full service marketing, because I'm not leaning into that anymore. And let me tell you, you might be afraid, oh, if I'm too specific, then I'm not going to get any business because I'm leaving so many people out. That actually doesn't happen. The flip happens. When you are confident in what you offer and when you're putting yourself out there really well, then you actually will bring in leads that maybe aren't the perfect fit for what your niche is, but that still are seeing you out there and wondering, hey, does she do full service marketing for a business? I wonder if, like, she seems like someone I would like to work with. And I get that. I get people who are like, hey, I know that you do such and such. And I'm like, I'm glad you know that, because that means I was clear in my marketing. But do you also offer, and I can have a one-off conversation with that person and be like, yeah, I'll do full service marketing. Let's see if this is going to work. So you will still have opportunities for that. But if you're leaning into something specific, then your marketing is going to get better, and you're going to get even those types of leads, and they're going to be better for you. So let's move on. Those are the keywords that you want to get kind of pinpointed. I want to talk about a business name really quick, because if you're early in building your business and you're kind of wrestling with what the name should be, or if it's not jiving with what we're about to talk about and it's early and you can change your business name, then that might be something that you want to think about, because a business name really should be strategic. It should have some thought behind it. So let's talk a little bit about that. It needs to have selling potential and search power. Selling potential means easy to remember, makes sense for the product or service. It's easy to pronounce. A name, a word that you're using in your business name, oh my gosh, I could really get on a soapbox about this, that nobody knows how to pronounce, or everybody's pronouncing a different way. That drives your audience crazy. You might know how to pronounce it. Congratulations. But the rest of us are out here like, and then I feel like we're being all shy about it. We're like, we're trying to tell our friend, hey, it's this business and I just bought shoes from them, but I don't really know how to say the name. That is going to harm your business more than you realize. Like, imagine people having a conversation about your business and being like weird about how to pronounce the name, and then they don't even know how to spell it. Like, so don't do that. Name your business something that's easy to pronounce, please. And then if you can use words in your business name that ignite a feeling, even better. Not all of us really can do that. Depends kind of on our business and our industry, what we sell, but it gets better if you can kind of associate it with a feeling or like a strong adjective or something. Search power for a name. First of all, it includes keywords that people would search to get what you're offering. And so if you are a travel agency, I know travel agency sounds boring, but you should probably just put that in your business name because people are going to be searching for that. It isn't too similar to other brands that it will get confused in a search. A really, really good example of this are the brands that are serving a local geography, and they end up with like that similar name because they're all in the same place. So I've got a quick example of, let's say you're a nail spa owner and there's already a nail spa in the city that's called Charlotte Nail Spa. And you're like, oh, they're in Charlotte Nail Spa. Maybe I should be Nail Spa of Charlotte. I would recommend not choosing that. Yes, Charlotte helps a little bit with your search, but I think you're also going to end up in search results kind of competing with that other business. Your customers are going to kind of try to find you after coming to you the first time and be like, wait, is it that? Is it that? I can't remember which one it is. It just ends up confusing. You can probably think of an example where you were trying to remember a business name and you were like searching for it and it brought up other businesses and you're like, I don't really know which one it is because all the names are so similar. So just be aware of that. Also, your business name should work as its own domain. So you should be able to find the URL. You can test this before you finalize your business name. Like, go in and type in lindsaywagnon.com and see if it's available. So that's another just kind of final thing to check off your list when you're picking a business name. All right, so in your worksheet, we're going to be at the tagline tryout. Workshop your tagline, but with workshopping your tagline, you also are kind of workshopping subtitles that you can put into your marketing in places. This also can help with choosing calls to action. So this really goes a long way because we're going to work on how to figure out that like one-liner phrase that summarizes our business. A great tagline is going to confirm that your customer is in the right place, and it's going to ward off leads that are not a fit. We're kind of bringing in everything together that we just talked about. So you can work this out in your worksheet, but you're going to start with, okay, what do I offer? I offer it so my specific customer, and you can be pretty, specific and clear about this in your workshopping it, can get or feel or transform into, and then say what they want to hear. That thing that your ideal customer is like, I need energy. I don't necessarily need to find time to work out as much as I need the energy that I'm going to get from the workout. So that's what you're going after. And you can work on this in that worksheet. And then finally, some tips on that. Simple and direct. Just start with simple and direct. Don't try to be too creative, and then you can work on the creativity or switching out some words maybe that have a little bit more power and punch to them as you're kind of finalizing your tagline. So a good example of that is we talked about the fitness coach who offers on-demand of workouts. So like on demand would have a little bit more punch to it than like convenient. So that's what I mean by then find a way to kind of switch a couple things out and make it like, ooh, that's good. Make sure your tagline states any major need to knows. Good examples of this are, let's say, I'm talking about my marketing systems that I build, and my audience is kind of going, okay, she builds marketing systems, cool. What scope of project is that? Am I signing this person on for like a big 6-month build? Is it going to take forever? Well, maybe I decide, you know what? I'm going to eliminate that confusion, and I'm going to put in my tagline, 2-week automated marketing systems for your small business. It's like, oh, she builds these in 2 weeks. All right, that's more like it. I can do that. We'll get it knocked out, checked off the list, and then I'll have my automation set up. It's awesome. So that's like a pretty critical need to know that really helps my potential customer be sold on what I'm offering. Another example of that is maybe you serve a specific area. So you're in this city and you serve this city. You want to make sure your tagline includes, residential home builder for, blah, blah, blah area. Be specific. That also is super helpful for search. And then once you've got this mapped out, if there are fluff words, cut them out, get them out of there. Don't say a word that doesn't need to be in the sentence. If you're wondering if there are fluff words, then say the sentence leaving that word out. Does it still make sense? Then get it out of there. Does it not make sense? Are most people going to feel like that word needs to be in there? Okay, then you leave it in. All right, the third component to our core brand messaging is the boilerplate. The boilerplate's just a fancy word of a like 4 to 5 sentence overview of a business. It's the type of thing that goes at the bottom of a press release, maybe a guest blog, like maybe it's that piece of your website that's kind of down below the headline and the tagline, and then you've got more of a fuller description. Emails, maybe you put this in the bottom of emails. It can include a few of the extra aspects of the business that you kind of couldn't fit when you were brainstorming your titles or your taglines. It can get a little bit more descriptive about your business and explain further what your business is about, who you serve, what it includes. So that's really a boilerplate. There's a space where you can learn a little bit more about this and how to write a good boilerplate description on the worksheet. If you get stuck with your marketing copywriting, then here are some pointers that I have for getting unstuck. First of all, bring it back to go back to the beginning of what we talked about here and really think, okay, who is it that I really want to work with? And then imagine that person in front of you at a coffee shop, and you're chatting about it, and you're trying to get it down to, all right, what do I really want to say to this person? What is going to make it clear to them what I offer or how I can help, or what my products would do to change their life, or even just enhance their day. So think about that person, get that person in your mind. Be careful about trying to speak to like a big audience. We can kind of tend to get into the mindset of imagining 500 people in front of us and we have to say it to all of them. Don't do that. Just say it to one person who is that perfect fit for your ideal client. Processing out loud really helps. Talking something through with a friend really helps. They can give you feedback on the spot and be like, okay, but I'm still not really understanding. Like, what are you trying to say? So do this with someone you trust. Focus on core brand messaging. Don't overthink the small content. Get your core brand messaging right first. And then you'll have so much clarity around, oh, yes, this is what I want to keep saying. And your brainstorming and your workshopping on the worksheet is going to help with this. So fill those notes out and put your main thoughts down. And then your other kind of content is going to get clearer and easier to write. And then finally, get feedback from the people that matter most, the people that are your ideal customer. Maybe you're not working with anybody yet and you want to find those customers, but your friend kind of fits the description and maybe they're going somewhere else. Like maybe you're a hairstylist and you go to church with some people who are your perfect customer, but they already have their hairstylist. Well, just talk to them anyway and be like, I'm building my salon business and I know you go to somewhere else, but can you just help me think through like what do you love about a salon experience? What do you not like so much about it? What can I do with my salon experience and how can I explain it in a way that like somebody like you would really appreciate? They'd be totally willing to help you with that. So go ahead and get feedback from people that fit that ideal client mold. And then as you're starting to work with people, make sure you are asking for feedback. This is something that we build into the marketing system in Savvy Startup. We are asking for feedback after we work with people. It's on automation. So we are making sure we're getting their thoughts and their help building our business and improving on our business. And that's also going to help in how we write our copy. Okay. Hopefully there was a lot in this that was helpful. I would love to know about it. You can find a way to contact me and let me know, or maybe even a feedback survey in the email that you have where you got this training from, or if you're in the Savvy Startup course as a student, hit that discussion button. Let me know what was helpful. Let me know what you need more clarity on. I am totally willing to follow up and help out more. And you know what? You are my ideal client, like we were talking about. So anything that you can offer me as feedback or follow up to this workshop will help me so much in making sure I can continue to serve you better. And grab that worksheet now, go workshop what we talked about, put those thoughts on paper, and then let me know how it goes. In this course or class, we are going to unpack there we go. How to use what you have to get immediate customers. And that means sales. We're just going to get super resourceful and efficient with what we have. Hallelujah. How to grow your business with minimal marketing. Again, fantastic. Very excited about that. What an automated revenue generating system looks like. If people understood that it doesn't have to be so complicated, they'd be like, I'm sold. I don't know why I've, made this so complicated on myself. And then, maybe some time for Q&A at the end, or for sure, again, I'm open to email Q&A if that is more convenient. All right. Here's the big idea of this particular class. The way we are going to simplify everything, the way we are going to infuse our business with like quick hot leads, quick customers, quicker revenue is with a startup squad. That's what I'm calling it, your startup squad. And getting away from feeling like the way to get sales, get customers into our business, particularly in the early years, is by going outside of our startup squad. So let me explain this. Also, along with this class, you do get access to a little checklist that is fillable if you want. You can go grab that. Email me for the link if you were not able to attend the live. And I will be happy to give it to you because it is part of the perk of this live masterclass. And it'll also be in the follow-up email with the recording. So the link will probably be in an email that you're going to get within a couple days of the class. All right, so if you want to follow that checklist as we're going through the content, if you already do have it, then that might be a good idea. A lot of kind of the high level points are going to be in there. But let me just explain why a startup squad. Here's the thing. If you're new to business ownership, you're not like a serial entrepreneur who's kind of done this thing and like figured out what's worked and hasn't worked. And I can guarantee you, those who have figured out what works are going to amen this whole class over and over again. They're going to be like, oh yeah, that's exactly what works. If you are newer to business, you're probably going to need some practice. You're probably going to need some feedback. You're going to need a lot of support, and you're kind of going to need almost like a experiment group to help you figure things out quickly so you can start strong, right? And here's the thing. If you can't sell to the people that are the closest to you, that are already in your circle or already your people or your squad, you are going to struggle to sell to strangers that have no idea who you are, that you're pulling in through digital platforms, who still really need to get acquainted with you and build that trust level, that understanding. They need to spend some time getting to know you. You already have those people in your startup squad. The startup squad is your current network of people who are close to you. We're going to talk about like exactly who that is in just a second. But basically you need to look at everybody that you already know. That's not some random lead on some random digital platform somewhere, as an audience that you've already built. There's this whole thing in marketing speak and in new business speak about building audiences. Huge fan. I think you should build an audience over time. I think that's a sign of a healthy business, a growing business. Do you need to have an audience built before your business can do anything? No. So we have this idea of, okay, I'm going to start a business. Let me see. Let's set up all these accounts and let's grow audiences on them. That's going to take you forever. That's going to push your business at least a year or two down the road while you sit there and build audiences. So let's get out of that mind frame and stop putting audience building as a top priority and let it be a result or a consequence of us putting some other things first and making our business as healthy as it can be, making good decisions, and building off of the group and the network that we already have at our disposal. This group, the Startup Squad group, is going to stick with you throughout your business ownership journey. So the people that are closest to you, they're going to be there in 5 years, hopefully. If they're not like a critical part of your business in 5 years, then they're at least still going to be somebody that can kind of cheer you on from the sidelines and grow all the way through with your business. And you're going to need that. You're going to need to feel like you're supported all the way through. And people that what is going on? Okay. I put on sticky lip gloss. I shouldn't have done that. Get my hair in it. People that are getting to know you through an internet or computer, there's some people that maybe they'll start to become your cheerleaders. But again, it's not going to be as easy or as obvious as people that are just in your life that see you anyways, that are going to be connected, are going to have a vested interest in your success. If you leverage this group well, then you won't waste time with needless marketing. Okay. So picture this, the new business owner who is like all excited about setting up a business, and what they're doing and what they're spending their time on is setting up all of these platforms and trying to make content. They're looking at their analytics like, ooh, do I have new followers? Do I have engagement? Do I have people opening my emails? And they're getting all excited about all of these things. And a year later, what have they spent their time on? They've spent their time on doing marketing that honestly probably built some audiences and probably got some engagement and probably looked good on paper, and was exciting in the moment. But where's the revenue at? Where are the sales at? And if you leverage the Startup Squad people and focus on getting customers, then you're not going to be in a place a year later where you're like, oh gosh, I was spending time marketing, but really I was just really distracted by a bunch of apps. I mean, sorry, not sorry. Like that's legit what happens to so many business owners. And if you're like, well, crap, I just got my toe stepped on, then you know what? I can relate. I can 100% relate. Don't feel too bad. But I just want to make it clear that we get our priorities twisted, and it really doesn't have to be that hard, and we don't have to get so distracted. So let's commit to not being so distracted by doing marketing that isn't probably the smartest way to do it. The goals of a startup squad, I mean, there's countless goals. To boil it down, they're going to help you refine your offer, because if you imagine yourself pitching your business, your products, your services to this smaller group of people that you know, like you kind of know what they're going to think about it. You kind of know what their reaction is going to be. You know if they have an interest or not, or if like they're going to go, that's confusing, or they're going to be like, ooh, I like that. You can have a kind of a sense of that. And then in reality, you can actually do that with them. You can like help like get feedback from them to pitch your offer, and be like, is this any good? Like, what's the weakness? Is it getting through? Anyways, you can use them to refine your offer. And that way you don't have leads coming in that are like, that's interesting, but I don't really know where they're going with that. And then they just bounce right back off. But your startup squad is going to be there going, okay, let me give you live feedback so that you can make it better. Are your leads on the internet somewhere off in another state? Are they going to do that for you? Probably not as quickly as someone who actually knows you. You're going to get to practice selling with this group. Again, get practice. So it's going to make you better much more quickly. You are going to get early hot leads with a startup squad. That's going to be how you're going to be able to get those first customers. I guarantee you. I have absolutely no doubt about that. When I launched a business in 2019, the reason I launched and like didn't skip a beat with my own personal income from corporate to launching a business is because I was doing services for people I already knew. And they were actually referring me without me knowing. They're like, next thing I know, they're like, hey, yeah, so I gave so-and-so your name. They're going to call you about marketing for them. So if you haven't experienced this already, maybe that's you right now. You're like, yeah, I am totally already getting clients based off of people that I know. Then you're doing it right. And you definitely need to lean in on that and like wait on the other kind of marketing, so that you can make sure you treat these early customers and these early hot leads the right way. And that's gonna help you get everything figured out and refined, so that when you do start to market and expand your lead generation and your business offer to more people,
then this is the group that's going to make sure you're ready for that expansion, and you've got some things figured out. So you want to start with a strong foundation before you really push your business out to more people. And leaning in on the startup squad is going to for sure help you do that. So who should be in your startup squad? When I say startup squad, I'm talking about like 10 to 15 people. And I would say actually like names on a list. So that checklist that you've got, it's fillable for a reason. There are some lines, some checks, so that you can actually start to think through, okay, like whose names am I going to put here? And then I would love if you could even like beside that person's name, put what kind of role they're going to play for your business. And by that, I mean, are they going to be the type of person that's going to help you spread the word? Are they going to be the type of person who is just that, like, cheerleader, supporter, like, man, I admire you so much. Like you're going to rock this business ownership thing. And when it's harder, they're going to be there with that encouragement and that support and telling you to keep going. Are they the type of person who is good at certain things, business related, and can actually give you feedback? So, are they pretty strong at writing? Maybe they can be the person that reads through your website and helps you make sure your copy is solid. Are they somebody who has a business or is a pretty solid entrepreneur, and they can, help you make sure you've got certain things in place for your business? Are they the type of person who is kind of tech savvy, and they are the one that can go through and help you troubleshoot when things are broken and not working? So I guarantee your startup squad has people in it that have skill sets that you can lean on for your business. And maybe you even pay them because there's somebody in your network and you need a professional for a certain service. Hey, you know what? Like, do it. Support your friend who has the business, just like you would want to be supported, and actually you use them before going out and searching for someone else. And because they know you, that's to your advantage, because now they know about your business, and again, they can help you spread the word. Or maybe you've got people in your startup squad who would actually be a customer of yours. Hey, that's like a huge perk. Not everybody has to be your customer. Some people are going to support your business and push your business forward by helping you with your marketing, so that you don't have to spend so much time on marketing and you can actually run your business. Okay, so who are these people that are going to be in your startup squad? Where is that list of 10 to 15 going to come from? And if you haven't, maybe you thought through this at the beginning and you're like, yeah, I could probably list a handful of people that already are my startup squad. I am going to challenge you to actually think back through this and back through all the people in your group and expand it. Maybe you need to double it. Maybe your business has been kind of coasting along, but it would do you a world of good and your revenue a world of good if you kind of went back through this practice and actually, were brave enough to start to pull some more people into your startup squad. Of course, we're going to start with family. Hopefully you have good family relationships. Or, maybe like you've got not maybe immediate family, but like more extended family who you can tap into and they can play a role. Maybe your family includes people who are encouraging. Maybe it includes business owners. Maybe it includes people who have like marketing even in their background, and they can help you with your marketing. Family is probably usually going to lean into that supporter, that cheerleader level, because sometimes with family, it gets a little complicated. Maybe you don't want to talk about your business as much, but we're going to start with family because maybe there are some people in your family that you need to include a little bit more. Same with friends. Maybe with your friends, you've got people who know people who can refer you. And between your friends themselves and your friends' friends, your network actually goes deeper than you realize. And you've got people that know people. And so you're going to think through your friend list and think about, okay, how can they play a role? And do they know anybody that can play another role? Industry peers, usually this group is going to be fantastic for referrals, for connections. The people that I know that have had the fastest growing businesses in the early years really lean into the industry peers. They're like tapping into that, and not holding back. And this does require some putting yourself out there. But if you have big revenue goals, I'm just going to be straight with you. You're going to have to put yourself out there. You're going to have to send that email. You're going to have to do that, like, find somebody's Instagram account and do the DM. You're going to have to put yourself out there. So industry peers, maybe you need to get reacquainted with some of them and be like, listen, I'm starting this business. This is what it's going to be. Got any connections? Or even better, if you can be very specific about, I am specifically looking for a connection like this. You do the work to think through that, and you tell your squad, particularly anyone in the industry, hey, I'm looking for this. You know anybody? That's a great thing to consistently bring back around to your group. Online communities, this one can be surprising. So I'm a big fan of being in Facebook groups. In fact, I'm having more and more success personally with getting hot leads through online Facebook groups. Maybe that's not your thing. Maybe you're just going to utilize, more like an offline community or something like that. But there's a lot to be said about the online community that you're probably already in. We're in neighborhood groups. A lot of people are in neighborhood groups these days, or groups within their local geography. And I'm not talking about starting a Instagram account and forming an online community for yourself. We're trying to get away from that. That's not what this is about. I don't want you distracted by that. I want you, if you are already in an online community, or if there's an easy one for you to just jump into, where there is already an audience, where you already have a connection. Maybe the connection is because you live in the same area. Maybe it's a bunch of parents, a bunch of moms, a bunch of business owners that have businesses like you. I don't know what it is, but I'm talking about finding online communities where there are already audiences. You can absolutely include that in your startup squad group, because what you have to do is reach out and just be like, hey, I'm doing this offer, this weekend. Anybody interested? And you can consider that part of your startup squad, even if it feels a little bit more like those people are at a distance and you don't know them as well. You know what? You still have a pretty strong connection with whatever your mutual interest is in that group. So don't be shy about reaching out in online communities. And of course, we all have our offline communities. Maybe that's our kids' like sports team. We hang out on the sidelines with their parents. That can be an offline community. A church group can be an offline community. Maybe you are an active part of like a fitness group. That's a perfect offline community. Any kind of community where you're around people regularly and you're connected to them, and you can start to share about your business and about what you're doing, and add to your startup squad that way. So those are several groups that everybody should be able to pull from to be able to come up with 10 to 15 people in a startup squad that can fulfill the roles that we talked about earlier. And I would love to hear from you as you're working through your squad making. Sorry. Hey, like, were you able to find at least 3 or 4 people that kind of fit into each of those roles, fit into that list. Um, and when you do make that list and you pull it all together, do you feel like it's rounded out from the people that you are connected to? And then were you even able to expand on that with maybe the offline and the online communities that you're already in, where there already are people? Maybe you were even able to make it more like a 20 or 25 person squad. If you're able to do that and you're looking at it on paper, I guarantee you're going to feel like, oh, wow, this is marketing. This is selling. And that's the truth. That's exactly my point. When you've got 20 to 25 people who are supporting you, helping you stay motivated as a business owner, when they are talking to their people about your business, making acquaintances for you, maybe even interested in using your services or checking out your products, you're all of a sudden going to feel like, okay, yeah, like I didn't need to start a new social media account because that right there is going to get me revenue. That right there is going to get sales. If you focus on keeping up with that list that you just made and helping them play their role with your business, which we're going to talk about that in just a second, then that is going to be the smartest, most direct, most simple, most talk about affordable way that you're going to market your business in the first year, maybe even further out. My challenge is, can you focus on that at least for 6 months and see where it gets you, and try and avoid setting up a bunch of marketing accounts and focusing on like making great content and doing all these things that people kind of get tied up in, that is very time consuming, and then kind of is like, okay, I'm gonna throw my post up there, like I'm gonna create like a giant list of emails, and I'm going to push it out to a very small like email list that's trickling in. I love those things, don't get me wrong. I do think that that can all play a role. I am just saying, when you're first launching your business, or if you feel like you've gotten caught up in the traditional way of marketing, I guess not traditional, but like the kind of hypey marketing, and your revenue is just not going anywhere. It's just like you think you're doing everything right, your revenue is just not growing. This method of leaning into your startup squad and really utilizing this, I think it's going to like radically transform how you think about marketing and how your business is going to do in the beginning. Okay, 8 ways to involve your startup squad. Obviously, you're going to want to talk about your new business, talk about it a lot, share about it, explain to people what it is. People, in my experience, have struggled to remember what I told them, and they'll go and be like, yeah, I'm like, okay. Basically, when I launched my agency, my thing was, I'm going to basically be like a fractional CEO or CMO. Sorry. I'm going to kind of oversee the holistic marketing efforts for a business. And that's what I've been doing. And I would have people be like, hey, yeah, so Lindsay is a social media manager. And I'm like, oh my gosh, no, that's not what I said. So be prepared for people to get confused and for you to have to explain and clarify, no, this is what my business is. This is what I specialize in. And this is what I really don't need leads for. So I advise, talk about your business and then keep talking about it and keep clarifying, because you want people, when they are sharing about your business, to say the right thing, and to connect really well with like, oh, okay, maybe that person needs social media manager, but I do know this other person, like they've got kind of a bigger business. they would love to have somebody oversee their marketing with a contract person. Like that's a better fit. Yeah, introduce me to them. So that's just a small example of why you need to talk about your business and then keep talking about your business. Do it in person, do it in texts. I'm in group threads with family members. So like group threads is a thing for me. Maybe it's not for you, but that kind of knocks out several people at once if you've got group threads. Obviously, if you've got a personal social media account, I'm not telling you to set up a business one because right now we're not focusing on that. But if you've got personal accounts, utilize those and send people DMs and be like, hey, you know, I know we haven't chatted in a while, but I thought you would be a great person for me to mention my business to. Here it is. Personal emails, do it. Personal emails are great. Any way that you can communicate about your business and just make people in the know, that's going to work to your advantage. And don't be afraid of putting yourself out there. Ask for ideas or help brainstorming. When you do talk to people, be like, hey, I thought you would be really good to help me figure out if this idea is going to work. Or maybe you have a conversation and you're just like, can we spend like 5 minutes brainstorming something really quick? Maybe this is just with your spouse. But this is like, at the very least, have like little sessions with people, because if you're doing this all yourself, it gets lonely, and it's really helpful sometimes to just have somebody to chat through something with, even if they're not a business owner and they have no idea, like, you know, about your business, like skill wise. Maybe it's still a good person for you to just chat something through with. Ask for feedback. I mentioned this before. Definitely be vulnerable and just be like, I want your honest opinion when you look at this website that I just set up. When you hear me talk about my elevator pitch, can you give me your honest opinion? Get lots of feedback, especially in the beginning. Asking for referrals, always. Don't be shy. Ask for people to connect you with people, or ask for people to refer. Something that I like to do that's kind of simple and a little bit like cheating is using my personal social media accounts to ask people to share. Hey, like, can you share this? And I will get people that are like, yeah, I'll just share it to my stories. No big deal on Instagram, or, you know, I'll share. I've had families share things on Facebook before. So don't be afraid to ask for referrals and sharing. Also, help people know about launch details, help people know when you've got a new thing coming up, a new event, something big that you're planning. Make sure the people in your squad are aware of that so that they can help support you, help spread the word. You know, those are the people that need to be in the know. Share struggles and challenges. These people need to be your encouragers, and they can't encourage you and help you if you're always that business owner that makes it look like everything's great. I'm like, you know, I'm a millionaire now because my business is doing so well. That's not going to be helpful. If you're actually struggling, then let people know you're actually struggling, or you're discouraged or disappointed, and they might also have a similar story, and you can be like, oh, good, it's not just me. So don't be afraid to share that. Ask for social sharing. I did mention this earlier, but yeah, if on personal accounts, let people share about your business on their personal accounts. That can be one of the quickest and easiest ways to just kind of keep spreading the word. Ask for introductions. It's really great as you're starting to build a bigger network to get introduced to people that have audiences of people that are the type that you would want to sell to. So that could be people who have a podcast and they need guests for their podcast. Back in when I was doing more PR type stuff, our big thing was always getting the business owner or a leader in the business guest spots on, like, you know, news segments, even articles. maybe you are a pretty decent writer and you would be willing to do a blog post for somebody on a certain topic, or get connected with like some sort of business that maybe you want to create some sort of partnership with. Those are all amazing ways to build your business and to build your audience and your network. So don't be afraid to ask for introductions. Okay. If we leverage our startup squad right, we should start to see some really good quality leads coming in. Some people asking us like, hey, I heard about you from so-and-so, let's partner up. Hey, I just shared your business with somebody in my Facebook group because they were looking for blah, blah, blah. Now things are starting to like go somewhere, right? Okay, well, now what? Hopefully in the early days of or early stages of your business, you have been keeping it simple and you are very clear on where those leads are going to go, or like how you're going to respond to them, how you're going to keep up with them, how you're going to communicate with them. And they're going to get a very planned, clear, here's your action steps response from you. But they're not going to get it if you haven't planned for it. And what you want to plan for is different leads and different interest coming in that, again, can fit into those roles that we talked about. So of course, we want leads that are going to turn into customers. That's the obvious thing. That's the thing that we're probably all thinking about when we think about hot leads. But what if you have somebody who is like, yeah, I actually do have a podcast and I actually do need guests who are experts in the field that you're an expert in. Okay, so what are you going to do with that? They're not going to become a customer, but you've got some sort of connection that can help build your business. So when you are attracting different contacts and different conversations and different types of interest, you want to be able to respond to those different levels of interest, to continue to build the people that are going to spread the word, that are going to be your encouragers and aware and support you, and who are going to offer feedback, who are going to be transparent with you about like, hey, I saw this, typo in your email, might want to fix it. Like, how are you going to respond to people so that in every single case, a lead can turn into some sort of support or investment into your business? Like, so you want to think through all of that as you are thinking through, okay, how am I going to respond to leads? Before you attract leads, before they're there, and you're like, oh shoot, what do I do with this? Are you ready to make sure they meet their potential? What's the potential of that lead? The optimal way to do this is by automating a marketing system built to get the most from every lead, even if they're not going to become a customer. Your business revenue will meet goals and grow faster, sooner, and more consistently when you've got a system ready to intercept and work every single lead. So let me forget that. All right. So that leads us into my passion to make sure new business owners have this system set up. And I just launched a course this week, or recently, if you're watching this later, on October 5th, actually, called Savvy Startup Marketer. And I go step by step explaining to newer business owners, maybe they're complete fresh startup level, maybe they're like 3 years in and they're like, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm doing with this marketing thing. I am a complete failure at responding to leads. I've had people interested, and then I feel like they're just like falling off somewhere, and I don't even know what happened to them. I don't know if I was unclear in my messaging. I don't know. And yeah. So my job, I feel like, is to make sure when you're building your business in the early stages, you don't ever even go after leads before that lead can come in and be absolutely taken care of, like on automation. Okay. We have the tools to do that. And most of them are very simple, and like most of the tools that I use for the system are actually free. So there's just no excuse. There's no reason leads shouldn't be coming in and getting communication from you that is a mix of emails, and maybe it's you in person responding to them, and getting back to them through the DMs like I talked about on your personal account. We don't need to set up like a bunch of social platforms for this system. Maybe it's even your startup squad has gotten so good at helping you explain your business that they're even doing this for you in some cases. But there's no reason a lead should be unclear about their next step or about the way that they can support your business, even if that clarity has to be like setting up responses in like, maybe they DM you and you've got that automated response set up to where they can then realize, oh, okay, that's actually the answer to my question right there. Cool. So the system is all about immediate feedback, immediate clear communication, immediate answers that you can set up and forget and know every lead is being taken care of. And especially if that lead is interested in being a customer or going forward with your business, oh yeah, like we're going to make sure they are getting exactly what they need to know from you. Goodness. Okay, a lot of talking. Anyways, so Savvy Startup Marketer starts with building this system. I think it's like 7 platforms. Only 2 of them cost anything. And the combined total cost of them is $75 a month, which is so cheap. And, it's like, to me, the absolute perfect combination of creating your digital presence with tools that you can set up and get everything connected together, that can all be automated, that make it so simple for a business owner to just be like, yep, go here, you'll find out this, you'll get this answer, you'll get follow-up. I will be notified so that I know when I need to respond, and where this lead came from, and kind of have an idea of how to treat them or what direction to point them in. And that's going to just be all on autopilot working for you. And you're not going to have to do so much manual, like taking care of leads, especially when they first come through, and then checking back in with them, and trying to figure out, okay, what's next for them, and trying to figure things out on the fly. I think there's so many business owners who are just figuring things out on the fly that that's some of that is going to happen, but there's a lot of that's so unnecessary that seems like such a waste of time. So it starts with the system. We build the system, we get everything connected. That business owner is just like, wow, that feels so good. It's easy. It's very low cost and affordable. And it's doing so much work in the background while you lead your business forward, and continue to do like the higher level business stuff. And then the course just goes on from there. A huge piece of the course is a focal point is keeping marketing minimalist forever. So I am never going to tell a business owner, yep, it's time to get on every platform. I'm like literally the anti every platform marketer, because I think that's a disaster. I think it's very wasteful, and I've never really seen it work unless it's a company that can hire for every single platform to, and sometimes multiple teams for every platform. And even then I'm like, I still don't know if they need to be doing that. Anyway, so minimalist marketing, it comes from kind of expanding on what we talked about in this class. And that is basically getting great customers and then turning those customers into your marketers, having them come back for repeat purchases, having them refer, having them rave. That is how the biggest companies have operated. Amazon, their marketing priority is retention. It's customers that keep coming back and keep buying. And they've made their system so convenient for people that people basically are just like, they don't even think about it. They just go order off Amazon. I know, because I'm one of them. Places like Starbucks and Target and these big businesses, they've got their target audience totally wrapped around their pinky finger. So it works. We see that in large companies, and that can totally translate to how the small business owner works, what our priority is. And if we make our priority making sure we have the system set up for those first customers, then instead of going out and getting a bunch of strangers on a bunch of platforms that we set up to go find strangers on the internet, we utilize those customers and treat them so well and do such a great job with them because we've planned for it, because we've got the system for it, and because we have taken our time and been strategic about it, that those customers are just like, hands down, best experience I've ever had. I'm going to go rave about it. I'm going to go bring everybody else in. I'm going to go tell all my friends. If you have a couple of customers who act like that about your business and are like, I'm not just telling you, they're great, go buy what they have. I've experienced it for myself, and really, like, I'm going to recommend them to everybody, and I can vouch for them because I've been a customer. That is all the marketing you need.
The first thing, of course, that we are going to set up and work on with our system is a website. You may already have a website. That is totally fine. What I'm going to share and show you probably will help you tremendously with the website that you already have. But we are going to go through the entire build of a simple website. But I wanted to start before we actually get into that lesson where I show you step by step the building of a website on lead pages. I wanted to talk a little bit about websites, the importance of them, and some high-level thinking that every business owner should have about their website. It might feel a little technical at moments, but I promise I'm going to make it as simple and as painless as possible. But a lot of this you really need to consider, think about, know, and it's going to save you from, at some point, probably going down the deep rabbit hole of articles online, trying to figure your website out, trying to make it better, trying to figure out why it's not really converting anybody. I'm going to cover that here. So this can now be like your one stop for evaluating your website and enhancing it, improving it, maybe even in some cases simplifying it a little bit. And with your system module, you have that whole workbook that walks through a lot of what I'm going to talk about. And so you might want to have that ready. You can download it in most of these module lessons, and you can be using that to start to think through some of what we're going to talk about in this lesson, and then in the following one where we actually walk through building a website. All right, so here is what you really need to know as a business owner about building a website. Your website should have, let me move myself over here, flexible templates. Most all of them do. but you'd be surprised that some of the best website platforms, they make a big deal about their awesome templates, and then you get into them and their templates are not that awesome. Honestly, Squarespace comes to mind. It's one of those. WordPress is a whole other animal. So I put that as one of the key things about when you're picking a website platform you really need to watch out for, because templates can look great in theory, and then you get in there and you're trying to make it work for your business, and they can be so time consuming, and they can actually really limit you and hold you back sales wise. So flexible templates is big in my opinion. And you want to make sure you vet a platform very much based on how flexible the templates are, not just that the templates look great before you use them. Analytics integration is huge. That's going to be a huge part of the system that we build here in Savvy Startup. Most platforms already have some level of built-in analytics, but I like to go a step further and make sure they can pair really well with Google Analytics. Almost all of them do, again, but a tricky piece is, do they also have a place where you can put Google search in? And we're going to actually walk through that, and you're going to see what I mean in a later lesson. But you're going to want at the very beginning the analytics platforms that you use to be pretty robust, because you're going to want to expand according to the data that you're getting from your website. And Google Analytics is going to do it a lot better than a typical standard platform analytics. You can start there for sure, and maybe that's all you ever want to look at. But hey, if you grow and you hire people to be looking at your data and to help you make business and marketing decisions, that Google Analytics is going to include the tracking of your analytics this whole time. And it's going to be much more thorough. So if somebody jumps into your business and is like, okay, can I see the analytics? And all you have is your like kind of mediocre platform analytics for them to look at, then it's going to be really hard to know what's been going on this whole time with your marketing. All right, I will step back from that. That's starting to sound technical, but basically we want a platform that integrates with Google Analytics and Google Console, and we're going to walk through that later. Of course, SEO is big. There are a lot of platforms out there that are great looking. Wix is one that people love. They dive into Wix. I've not used Wix personally because I have been told, and maybe this is not true anymore, but I've been told that Wix is poor on the side of SEO. And I'm a big believer that SEO is one of the best ways to automate traffic to your website. We're going to get into a little bit of SEO, and you're going to learn how to make sure your website is pulling in leads from good search ranking. So SEO is key. You need a platform that has the capability of putting SEO in it as much and doing as much with it to help your ranking. All right, goals for your website. Of course, your website is going to need to sell. When people come to it, they're going to need to see content that is done the right way and flows the right way and is compelling. They're going to want to feel like it's easy to navigate through, and they're going to want to get their questions and their thoughts answered. And of course, they're going to want to be able to get to you if they need to, or if they want to buy something, they're going to want to get to that easily. So all of these are components of a website that sells really well. You want to make sure your website is informational, and that your leads don't look at it and then still have a bunch of questions. And then you also want it to tell you about your leads. Again, we're going to go back to the analytics. You're going to want to make sure your website is capturing that data about the website traffic that comes through, so that down the road you can be looking for trends and commonalities and things that you can just start to improve on. It captures lead info. That's a big one. We're going to talk about putting a lead capture on your website. That's going to be a whole other lesson. But I just wanted to make sure you kind of have a good overview for why we're going to talk about what we're going to talk about as we build our system. All right. So what do you put on your website? You want to put obviously what you do, what you offer. I really don't think most of this is rocket science. I don't think that you need to like over explain. I think you just need to be really clear and really simple. How you do it and what's special about your business. This is the second component that a lot of people don't do very well that you can be thinking about. It's one thing to say, you know, you offer marketing services. It's another thing to say, we specialize in startup marketing systems. You see how that narrows it down so much more. What ultimately are you selling? Think about that. I actually read this the other day. Somebody said, and I've heard this before, that Starbucks doesn't sell coffee. Starbucks sells convenience. And when you think about it, you're like, that is so true. Starbucks sells the drive-through like at every highway corner, you know, where you could just pull right off the highway and drive through Starbucks and get your coffee on the go. That's something that they've majored in. They don't necessarily major in this like eclectic gigantic menu of coffees from everywhere. It's just like, here's our coffee menu, but our big thing is going to be that you can find a Starbucks everywhere and we're always going to be accessible. So think in that way about your business offer. Like what's the real thing that you offer? Is it convenience? Is it affordability? Is it customization? Let me try to think of some others. So Target offers an experience. When you go into their store, it's like they've got the middle-aged mom thing happening, and people just in that Target group, like that's what Target targets. Of course, they pick up other people in other demographics who love them. But if you look at bigger brands, you can probably name like one major thing that they specialize in. So that's how you want to be thinking about your business and what you need to say about your business on your website, because if you're too general, your website is not going to convert anybody. And we're going to talk about that when we talk about messaging in this course as well. Who your offer is best for. Again, that's being specific about who you're targeting. Don't worry about who you're leaving out. You will not sell if you try to go after everybody. You need to be very specific about like, this is perfect for startup businesses or entrepreneurs in the first 3 years of business is what I like to say. And I could probably get even more narrow than that, like women-owned business in the first 3 years of operation. Like be specific and don't worry about picking up people outside of that group because you still will. Worry more about people being on your website and wondering, okay, I get that she does marketing, but like, I just need somebody to do my SEO for me. Is this okay? Then I'm like, no, that's not really what I'm selling. I'm selling startup marketing systems and I'm not really doing SEO. So like, that's a good example of don't leave somebody guessing and having to go the extra mile of then clarifying with you. 3 service product options. 3s are going to be big. I'm going to really push in a messaging area to try and get everything into 3 or even less and not go above that in most cases. So pick 3 service packages, product options, and try to kind of really hone in on just 3 opportunities for people to work with you. And then you can flex and customize once they contact you. But when they're on your website, if you give them too many options, they're going to bounce. That's never a good thing for a lead. Credibility and authority. That's going to come into play. We're going to walk through doing that on your website. Your credibility might come from some cool stats about what you've done for people. It might come from testimonials and reviews. So you need to know ahead of time a few ways that you're going to show people on your website that you have credibility, you have authority in your area, you know what you're doing. People have loved your products, people have raved about your services. And if you don't have testimonials and reviews yet, there's got to be something in your experience that you can kind of brag about. So think through the brag-worthy stuff that you've done. FAQs, I love FAQs. I think every good web page needs to finish with a list of FAQs. This is where we can get a little bit of a longer list, maybe go up to like 5 or 6, and just think about, okay, what are the main things people would want to ask me that I maybe couldn't make clear somewhere else and maybe want to get a little bit more in depth into. That goes into your FAQs, and your FAQs can be really key for helping with SEO. And there's reasons for that, but FAQs is a really important thing to be able to put on your website, and in plain sight too, not like buried down in a link in the footer or something like that. I like to include a little section that's like an about section, or maybe a business story. Sometimes if you're a service provider, that might actually be kind of high priority. And basically you're just getting personal, and you're making people feel like you're approachable, like you're a real person. You're not just this like stranger behind a computer that they can't see. And that's the section where you get to talk about yourself a little bit, your background, why you're passionate about what you do. Contact information, of course. If you've left anything out, if people need to get in contact with you, if you want them to actually reach out to you for a proposal or something like that, of course, we're going to need to make sure contact is there. You would be shocked at how many websites I've seen. And it's like, how do I talk to this person? It's just like they haven't even thought about that. So we're going to make sure you have contact info. Lead capture is the final thing, and that's going to be a whole other lesson in this course. All right, finalizing your website. You're going to need to add a privacy policy. It's a legal requirement. I know it's kind of a pain. You can look up other people's privacy policies. If you go down to the bottom of their website, there's usually a link. Like bigger companies will have these. They can be gigantic. If I'm being honest, I am not like a legal expert in privacy policies. I've just used kind of what I've seen and adapted it to my own businesses. But this is something that you really should have. And if you like have some extra time or, by the time you start really finishing your website, you need to take some time and make a privacy policy for yourself. It can just be 4 or 5 paragraphs. I'm going to show you privacy policies when I'm doing the examples of the websites that we're making. So maybe you can get some inspiration from that. But if you are growing very quickly, and if competition is tough in your area, I would suggest maybe even working with somebody that's a legal expert and really getting that privacy policy right. Also on privacy policy, I wanted to mention Google will require you to have one on your website when you start running ads with them. So it goes further than just making sure you're covered legally. There are actually some marketing methods that require you to have it. Again, you're going to want to go back in after you've kind of mapped out what your website looks like and says, and everything is looking great and is very user friendly. You're going to want to go in and add SEO everywhere. I'm going to demonstrate that so you can see what I mean. And then connecting the domain and getting it published so that when people go to that URL, they actually go to your website. That's the final piece. All right. So those are the main things for knowing what your website needs, what's key. You can go through that checklist that you have, that workbook. And there's a few more recommendations. There's spaces for you to start brainstorming and thinking through a lot of this. And here's the final thing. You can always improve. Please don't feel pressure to have the most amazing website done right away. My thing is get something up, go through this checklist to get yourself started, get the thing published, and it's going to be great for you for the first year or two. And then you can expand. I also would caution doing too much on your website. We are in kind of a place with websites right now where more and more businesses I've noticed are actually scaling back on what they're putting on their website, and they're putting more effort into just really good, clean selling like landing pages, fewer added pages about every single thing about their business that people don't care about. And so what I'm going to demonstrate is using lead pages to do a really good one single homepage and getting all of this critical information on the homepage, and then really just adding like maybe the second page that's your contact page, and that's it. We're going to keep it simple, but I'm keeping it simple so you feel like you can finish this in like a day or two, get it up and running, and then everything else is going to be built around that website. And it's going to be a lot better than if you tried to do it on your own, I promise. All right, now let's go build our site. We're going to build your website on lead pages if you don't already have something. And honestly, if you have something and it didn't really meet some of the criteria that I talked about in the website overview lesson before this, I recommend maybe just starting over, because what you can do on lead pages using this example and following this course is only going to take you a couple of days to work out and get set up and shift everything over to. And it might actually be a great choice, especially if you're not very far along in business and you haven't been leaning super heavily on your website, and you're like, you know what, I could make a shift. So I wanted to show you and start off with the main lead pages site just to show some of the pricing tiers. And they're going to have a little bot that comes up. I have heard a lot of really good things about lead pages, and I've been on Squarespace for a long time. I've used WordPress for clients. I've used Shopify for clients. I've heard not great things about some of the other popular website platforms. And I got into lead pages, and right away, it's a lot more affordable than the other options that I have used. So there is a pay yearly, and that changes the price if you do the pay monthly. I just kind of wanted to show you the options. At the time of this recording, it to me is very affordable. You get a lot of access, even with this standard level, which is all that I'm using. So if you've got $50 a month, or if you want to do the pay annual $37 a month, I think it's got a lot for the money. It's got a lot of the integrations that I talked about in that website overview. And honestly, it's not real limited either. And if you are going to grow into a website that utilizes e-commerce capability, if you're going to start selling products, if you're going to use a blog, they have a blog coming soon. Sign on here. I'm hoping that means real soon, because I'm a big fan of expanding into blogging as one of the best, smartest, most strategic ways that somebody can grow a business and grow leads without, having to do a lot of manual content creation. Blog content creation goes a lot further than other platforms. I won't get into that right now, but I'm a big fan of blogs. So you can, upgrade to get access to e-commerce blogs, others. And this advanced is just crazy. Like, yeah, you need to be a pretty big company to need that. So I just wanted to show that. And now we're going to actually get into the lead pages account that I have set up. Here's my dashboard. I just started using this, and I am kind of throwing a lot of lead pages, sales pages up using this, and I'm super happy with it. I think it is probably the most user-friendly website platform that I have ever used. And I don't know if I'm going to go back, honestly. Okay, so you have all these options in your dashboard, and you're going to end up utilizing quite a few of these as you're building your website. So once you get into your account, you're gonna, you might want to check out your landing pages. Landing pages are great for something like this workshop that I'm offering soon. I just quickly threw together a landing page for this workshop. This will fill up like a full web page. That's the difference in a landing page and like a pop-up opt-in type of
tool. So I'm not necessarily going to use this as a pop-up option, but I wanted you to see, I took a template and I really quickly made a landing page. You can do that for a lot of aspects of your business as you're going, which is really handy. And then we're going to come over here to websites. That's what I would use and recommend using for your actual business website. Although we are going to make a very simplified version of a website. I really don't think that a business in the beginning stages needs to have this super robust customized website that you spend $10,000 on. I do think maybe that's in your future. And I always tell people, start saving, because at some point you're going to not only want to hire marketing help. If you grow, you are going to want to invest in more customization on your website. But to get off the ground, to feel really good about your sales, to meet those early goals, you do not need a crazy robust website. All right, I've built a couple of sites. I have a whole other section about the marketing plan shop that is digital download products that I've integrated with ConvertKit, which is another platform we're going to use for our system. I will get to that in a later lesson if you're interested in that. We are going to start with a service provider lead pages site that I'm building out. This is actually my friend's business. She is working on travel planning business. And I have it partially done so that you didn't have to watch me do this grueling website setup that took like 3 hours. So I've already kind of gotten part of the way there, but let me point out a few things. As you're getting into using lead pages, it really is pretty straightforward, but like any website platform, you're going to want to do some poking around and some figuring out. It's just par for the course. Everybody has to go through that. It's not just you. If you're trying to figure out how to do something and you really can't, there's always tutorials and articles, and that little help bot that we saw on their main page, you can access them, you can ask questions. So don't worry about having a little bit of a learning curve. Follow that list that that is in your workbook, and just plug these things in one at a time. So the first thing that I did is I went and I actually looked for a site template. So here is the little sites section, and create new site is what you're going to want to do. And you're going to want to find a template to use. I actually ended up looking for travel because that's the industry that this business is in. And I ended up landing on this one right here. I felt like, okay, this is a decent place to start. What I usually look for is, I can preview this and show you. I usually look for something pretty clean to begin with, something that feels simple but aesthetically nice. And I really, actually, this is not the one that I used. I looked at that one. This is the one I used. This one is a template for a travel podcast. Again, I like that this one is clean, but it actually puts a decent amount of information in this top section, which is the hero area. Some people call this the above the fold section. I like for people to pop on a website and kind of see the main point of the business real quickly. And then also having supporting images is great. This looks very standard. I'm a fan of just a nice, clean, standard website look. Here's like some spaces that they've already got built in. And the great thing about lead pages is you can grab a template and you can really rearrange, and it doesn't even look anything like the template once you're done. Or you can pretty much follow the template and plug in your information. But we're going to talk about going through that list of things your website should have. So there's probably going to be some level of updating you do with your own site in order to meet all that whole checklist of things that you need on your website. So I picked use this template once I found one that I liked. They've got a lot on here. So here's newer ones. You can sort by conversion rate. That's probably a smart thing to do. And I really liked all of these. Most of these are pretty good places to start. I would be careful about anything that kind of looks too different than your industry. So like if your industry is nothing like real estate, then maybe don't pick the real estate template because there's probably something else on here that's a little bit better for you starting out. I I talk about this in the digital download lesson, but it's also smart to pick a template that has a section in it that has something in threes, which is where you can highlight your feature, services, or product. Remember, we talked about doing those in threes. So something that already has that layout like that is really good. That's the reason I picked the one that I did for the digital download. Anyways, so like you can see, here's how can we help? 1, 2, 3. So this could be a good section to use for the steps, the what to expect of your services. Like here's step 1, step 2, step 3. So this kind of is a nice template for that. It also is a nice template for service 1, service 2, service 3. So if you have that nailed down, then a template that already has a section where you can put something across like that is helpful. All right, let's go back to the site that I'm building. So I picked a template, create the site. It pulled that template up for me. And my friend gave me her logo and her brand colors. Those are the first two things that you might want to start kind of putting in to start to see aesthetically kind of how it's going to work together. I am a big fan of using just a clean white in a lot of areas. You don't necessarily have to throw color everywhere. You can use white, like a darker color, and then one pop color, and kind of integrate those three. I talked about this in the branding basics. Sometimes just boiling it down to 3 is just the easiest thing to do and the most aesthetically appealing thing to do. So I plugged in her logo here. They make it super easy. It's just, there's a spot and it says edit logo, and you click on it and you can go in here and you can choose a different if you want to. The text, you can change the text. So as you're kind of clicking around, you're going to open up a lot of boxes and columns where you can customize. You're going to have to just do this and get used to it. As all I can really tell you. Again, you don't have to change the fonts according to your brand font either. I think a lot of the fonts that are chosen in these templates look really great. And if you just want to kind of let that sit there and you prop up your website with fonts and then you come back and later you change the font, then that's one of those things I don't necessarily think is a big deal at the beginning. She has narrowed down her business name and tagline, and we have she's given me a little bit of like copy to work with, so we've put that in here. And of course, you always want CTAs immediately. That's a call to action. So here's a button that was already there that I made her call to action, and I just put let's get started on there. And you can edit this to go where you want it to go. So I from this drop down, I had a little option to open up a pop-up, and you can open up Calendly. You can instead, I could make this open up to a page. So I could make it go to one of the pages that are the main navigation pages up here. So there's lots of options of where to send CTAs. Again, that's something where you can just look at the options, and if all of them go to the contact page and people just contact you straight from there, then that's fine. This pop-up that I worked out for here, I really quickly updated and made it custom to her business. I put in a little bit of copy there, and this is a form that will send straight to her email address. So that was really easy to do. Everything on Lead Pages so far, beyond taking maybe a little bit of clicking around and experimenting, has been so easy. And I promise, if you've not worked in a different website platform, this is like as simple and user-friendly as it gets. All right, so something I want to talk about that's really key. When you open up the template, one of the first things you're going to see is several buttons here across. Those all are templated website pages that you could build out for your website. I recommend just starting out with the homepage and making your homepage more of like a longer sales page with all of the pertinent information on it, and then adding a contact page. That's it. We want to get your system up and running. We want something for people to pretty quickly, as you're building your leads, as your startup squad is hearing about your business, as you're starting to just put yourself out there more. The main thing we're going after is having all of the essentials on a pretty good website and then getting it published, and then you can add later. There is no reason your brand new business needs 5 different web pages. You probably don't even necessarily have that much to put on 5 different web pages. And a lot of those web pages, if you'll notice on other businesses, they're either filled with stuff people don't care about, or they have added services and channels of their business over time. And so maybe those web pages have been added over time. And they're just honestly probably years ahead of your business. So we're going to keep it simple, and we're going to make sure what we have is ready for leads, because we don't want to attract leads and start getting sales without our system built. That's the whole point of this course. All right, so you'll see right here, I've got a home and I've got a contact, and they're in primary navigation because I have not basically turned them off. There was an about and there was a listen, because this was originally a template for a podcast, and there is a work with me, which is great. That might be a great place if you want to put more information about your services. Maybe that's the next thing that you add back in and you work on. But what I did is I went into the settings and I clicked hide page from navigation. And you also can put mark as draft page, which will keep it from showing up in search results, which is probably a good idea. And then you're going to save it. So I'm going to go back and do that for all of these. Hide page, mark as draft, hide page, mark as draft. We want to eliminate the temptation to make our website a monster right at the beginning. Okay. All right. So we've got home and we've got contact. This book now, I added that same pop-up because it's just another call to action that is not really hurting anything. You might not want it there. There might be certain things that are on the website that you may or may not want right away. Like this is basically just a simple button. So I'm okay with that. I left that. I played around a little bit with color choices and I landed on really liking this. And then I put a section here for my friend, and this is kind of serving as her about section. It tells a little bit of the passion behind why she's doing what she's doing, makes it personable, makes it warm and friendly. Nice smiling photo. I love the fact that this is a candid picture and not like a formal headshot, although she might want to switch that out later. Totally fine. But she's starting with something that is good. It will attract people. It will make people feel like, oh, good, this is a real person I'm going to work with, and not just this like cold website. And then again, a CTA right here that is linked to, I can make that linked. I don't think I made it linked yet. So we're going to make this. Here's the link right here. And it's going to go to contact. I did link that. So now I can double check and make sure it goes to the right place. I basically just switched out some photos in sections that were already in the template, which made it super easy. And then I came down and I added into this section. I pulled this section up from somewhere else. So I basically used the template and switched some things out and worked with it a little bit. And then what I did is go over here to layout. That's where you can see
each of these sections. So here's the hero. So you're going to click and kind of figure out where these go. If you want to change like the background color, you're going to go into the settings. If you want to add an image to the background, you can do that. There's a lot of different things you can change, but a lot of it doesn't need to change. Mainly, you just need to make sure your copy that you've narrowed down is the right copy for your website or for your business is in there. Your colors are the right colors. And it's going to highlight whatever you're clicking on so you kind of know what is going on and what you're actually going to change. This is a stock image, so don't be afraid to use stock images as you're starting out. You don't have to have all the pictures yet. Here's like the little about section where it talks about her. Here is different rows in this about section. Don't get overwhelmed by this. Just use the template and only switch what you need to switch. And when you need help, you can contact Lead Pages, or if you need help. And if you feel like it's something pretty simple that you just can't figure out, that's why we have our little Facebook group and what the discussions in the course where you can kind of actually directly ask me or other students for help. This is one of the more complicated pieces of the system. So this is going to be a little bit more of figuring out and time consuming. Don't feel bad about doing that. Okay, plans and pricing. So what I did with this is I pulled that from a section that already had. So if you go to sections and you're like, I need the next thing to be a section that I can put my product or services on. I need the next thing to be an FAQ section. And then I need the next section to be like testimonial section. They have all of this built into Lead Pages. And all you have to do is go into sections and find what you're looking for. It'll pull up different options just right here in the column without putting it in there, and then you can pick it. So for this, I think I chose this. And again, see, we have 3 options in a row that we can customize. And I pulled it over so that it would land here. Originally, after this picture, it just went straight down to this white section that's part of the template. So instead, I'm like, nope, I want to get pretty much straight to her services. And then I pulled this over and I was able to click into this. The 3 dots takes you straight to edit sections. Layout also is where you can edit. So both take you there. Here's each little section that, once it highlights it, that means, okay, now I'm changing this. Here's the pricing tiers. Here's all 3 columns. And I customized all 3 of these. I put brand colors behind each one. I put copy in here. I put starting prices. There's a little bit of differing belief on whether you should have pricing on your website. I will leave that up to you. If you're a service-based business, I do recommend having a starting at price or somewhere that lets people know, yeah, like here's where my photography packages start, because you're going to weed out the people who are just looking for the bottom of the bottom pricing. And I really think that's smart. We want quality leads contacting us, and we don't want to have to spend our time funneling leads that just are not willing to pay our prices. So that's why I'm a fan of it. But maybe starting out, you would rather people just talk directly to you to figure out your pricing. That's totally understandable. After her pricing section that I pulled in, especially from the sections, the template has this section that they've already got in here. So I'm going to turn that into probably her FAQ or credibility. So here's a little section that's cool for some credibility stats that I really liked in the template. So what I might do is actually go into this section, go into editing it, and I might actually decide, here's the layout. I need to go into it so that I can actually delete it. Okay, the 3 little dots,
you know what? I'm just going to delete that. I don't feel like it's a great section for what I want to do. I don't see it fulfilling another area of the website very well necessarily. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do these stats. And then I actually don't love that it's like color on color here. So I'm going to change this to edit the color. I just want this to be white again. I want this background to be white. Well, that means I need to go in and change the color of the font of all of these little stats. So here's where I can do that. It might make me actually, yeah, it's going to make me select it. All right, cool. That's fine. Make me select it. And I'm going to change, the font was white to stand out on the green, but we're going to make this the dark blue that's part of her color palette. I love it because as soon as I add a color, most of these colors on this top row are her brand colors. Lead Pages saves the color. That makes it so much easier. You have no idea how many platforms are like force me to go find my color and copy paste constantly. It's very frustrating. I like that better. See how clean that is? This dark blue section leads into a clean white section. It's nice to break things up that way. Okay, so this could work great for testimonials. So I'm going to fill that in for her. And I'm probably going to actually, since this section's white, I'm going to probably change the background of that. I'll do that later. This is not a bad thing to have. You don't have to have it yet, but it's a subscribe section. So you could use this to go ahead and put just like an email subscription spot, but we are going to add a pop-up opt-in for lead capture. So this is not actually necessary right now. So at the moment, I'm going to leave it. I might decide to just go ahead and set it up to send subscribers straight to the email list, but most people don't, unless you give them a really good reason at the bottom of the website to subscribe. They're either going to subscribe through your pop-in or they're probably just going to miss this. It's okay to have. So you don't have to worry about it if you don't want to have to set it up, but it probably won't take long to set up. The other section that I need to add as I'm going through the list in my workbook is, let's see, steps of service. So I am going to want to add that into her template, and I'm going to want to add in FAQs for sure. And then I'm going to want to, and so that is going to round out her Lead Pages site. And you'll be able to see the finished site when we go to connect it to the next thing. So I am going to work on that. Her site's going to get finished. I'm going to make sure, you know, everything visually looks good and put together. And then I'm going to go back in and I'm going to check to make sure everything works. All the buttons, that's very important. And so that means I'm going to need to publish it before I do that. So I'm going to add a few things to the homepage. And then this contact page, I'm going to build it out and it's going to stay very simple. I already did a little about section for my friend. So there's not a whole lot that needs to go onto this. It really just needs to be, I'd probably put another picture in here to, again, make it more personalized. And then just a quick similar blurb to this, like I might not even change this. Get in touch. That sounds great. And this just makes sure if somebody has a burning question that is not answered on the site or is unclear, you do get the chance to have a conversation with them when they go to your contact page and they actually contact you. All right, so this should be enough to help you get started with your website to make sure it has all of the essentials on it. You're going to want to go ahead and start building that out. And then we're going to follow up with a couple more lessons. One is going to be on adding the SEO. And then some of the finalization where we'll talk about privacy policy, we'll talk about domain. So we're going to do that after this, but give yourself a few hours to just go ahead and knock out creating the website around a great template and figuring out how to do that. I promise doing one site is not going to take you that long. Even if you're completely new to website building, Lead Pages has made it super easy. So go ahead and do that now, and we will meet again to talk through some of the finishing touches on your website. Right, so I have finished Chelsea's travel planning website, and now we're going to make sure we've checked all of the finalization boxes. I'm going to walk you really quick through the website and show you how it meets the list on your Savvy Startup system worksheet or workbook, and as well as the website essentials that I talked about in the website overview. If you have all of these things on your website, there's no need to just keep adding sections unless you really feel like it, or unless there's something really key to your business that you want to add. And if you do want to add something, of course, as you're in the builder section, you can always do that by adding a section somewhere and then pulling in from the section options using this drop down. There's so much you can do to add to this website, but while we're getting our business going, we mainly need to set something up for the first year. I mean, this may even last well into 2 to 3 years because it's just working and it covers all of the essential ingredients of a good website. So I've got the navigation where we want it. I don't have anything extra in here that somebody could click that is not done that might be confusing. We have put where the buttons need to link to for the most part. And we can see how we've got her main business tagline, a little supporting copy to describe a little bit more specifically, what she does. Custom Plan Journeys is kind of her priority service. And then we've got the first call to action below the navigation, which is important. All of this works well above the fold that people are going to kind of see right away. So we're keeping it really simple, but we are immediately, doing what we have to do to kind of explain to people, this is the business and you're in the right place. If this is what you're looking for, you can keep scrolling down. We have, because she's a service provider, I do really like to add something personal pretty quickly in cases of product sellers. I don't know that this necessarily would be the very next section that I would recommend. I think you more quickly maybe start showing products, not so much like, personal headshots, but we're going to lean in on service provider for this site. So you immediately get an introduction to Chelsea, and she talks a little bit about her background and her passion. But we're not going to make this a whole blog post right now because we want people to make sure they can get right to our calls to action and see services and see some of the more priority things about her business. There is a CTA right here that does link. And then we've got some, scenic images that have just been popped in that continue to give people the vacation vibes. Right here, I added in a section. It's a plans pricing section option that I found over here in sections that worked great for her priority services. So we're following the 3 services that I mentioned as best practice. And I included, all of these descriptions and little check marks. I really liked how easy this was to put together. And down here, we have these buttons. They don't go anywhere yet, but they could easily be made to go to just her contact page. If you do link to a page section, sorry, that's a section, or link to a site page, that's the whole page. We can just tell them right now while we're, maybe adding forms or something like that, we can just make that go to contact. So you want to make sure as you're finalizing your website that all the buttons go somewhere, because it's really easy to forget to make a button work. Trust me. So for right now, this is not ultimately what we want. We want this probably to go either to a form where people give a little bit more information about themselves, more specific to the service,
Or I'll show you how they do have a Calendly URL built in, which is nice. So maybe we want this to go to a link that goes to an appointment setter or something like that. There are some options over here in the widgets section that you could use. Here's the form option. Here is where there's a Calendly embed, which I love. There's even an open table. So there's definitely several other options there. But for right now, we're going to make the buttons go to the contact just to make sure they're going somewhere and not just left going nowhere. We've got a little bit of credibility built in here for her. And then this is one of the things that's important to put on a website, especially on the homepage, and to not make people go too far having to dig into this, but steps of service or like a what to expect, and make it very simple. Like, this does not have to get into every detail of every part of your service to people. This just needs to show people, hey, this is how we start. This is kind of what happens in the middle. And then by the end of our service, this is what you're experiencing. Or, you're just going to want to walk through what people can expect so they feel like it's not a mystery when they reach out to you. You want to make it less mysterious. You want to show people, hey, I make it really easy for you to get this service. This is our general, step-by-step process. And yes, you want to boil it down to very high level. Again, I recommend trying not to go over 3 steps, definitely not over 4 steps, if at all possible. And if you need help kind of brainstorming how to boil this down, grab a friend, get into the private Facebook group, and have some people give you some feedback on like how to make this very simple and concise, but also explaining to people, these are the steps that you can recommend, so you kind of know what to be thinking about. Here's where I've used a Calendly embed, and I pulled that over from this widget down here. It basically kind of gives you this one size to work with, and then you put your URL in there when you go to edit it. See how I've put my own Calendly URL as just a placeholder right now. And when I did that, it actually pulled in this link, like some information from this link from Calendly, which is cool. So people can actually come to the website and they can direct book a meeting through your Calendly, which is great. Then here's some testimonials added in for credibility. A CTA, we don't want to go too far without adding some buttons where people are like, okay, I'm convinced, I don't need to go any further on this website, I'm going to do this. You definitely want to give them options as they're scrolling down for that. So we've got CTAs here in services. Then we do a little bit of giving them some information. And then we have another CTA button here that was really easy to add. I just used a call to action section and then basically left the text out and put a button in. That's all I did. And it looks like an extension of this testimonial area, which makes it nice and clean. FAQs, I've talked about FAQs. They're important. They help you with SEO because look at these questions. These are the types of questions people are actually going to put in search. Why should I use a travel planner when I could do the planning myself? You may be annoyed that people are going to ask you that question or a question like this, but put it in your FAQ because it will help you with search optimization. And then put an answer in there that, is like your quick answer. But this is definitely, in the FAQ section, you have some opportunity here to kind of lean in on, okay, what are the burning questions people always have that I get all the time that are even pushback type questions? I'm just going to throw it in the FAQ and maybe it'll actually help people who are asking those questions get to my site. Then we're going to finish here with a way for people to subscribe to her newsletter. You may not want to do that yet. That might not be something that you're, working on too much yet. It's not, in my opinion, super essential, but if you already have stuff to send people, then hey, if you're already sending emails, put put this in your website. It's really easy to do. This is just a quick CTA section. And you always want to set it up, to tee it up with why would they subscribe to your newsletter or why would they subscribe to your email list? People put stuff like subscribe to my newsletter, and that goes nowhere with people. Nobody wants to just subscribe for no apparent reason. You want to give them the reason. So this on this site, we're going to give them the reason of, hey, listen, we're sending travel deals and it goes straight to your inbox. And if you're in travel planning mode, that might be something you're really interested in right now. So cool, subscribe. I would maybe even encourage getting specific about this and saying something like, we drop the most amazing travel deals twice a week in your inbox. Subscribe. That's even more appealing to somebody who's like, I want amazing travel deals twice a week. That sounds pretty good. That doesn't sound too crazy. So you can work with that, but always make this attractive, an attractive reason for people to subscribe. Okay, so I've kind of laid out all of the essential ingredients here on mostly the homepage. And then we've got the contact worked out. So this is very basic. Some of this stuff that you see as you're building is not going to show up on the preview. So let's go back to a couple things that we want to make sure we have as we're finalizing that are a little bit sneaky. Let's see. We want to look at the very bottom. The footer is a sneaky spot, so make sure you don't ignore it. I actually already updated this to mention her business name. It's going to have something random with the template in there. So, you're going to want to look all the way through the site to make sure something from the template didn't pull over and you forgot to change it. All rights reserved is just a standard language. Privacy policy. We're going to make sure we have that privacy policy in there. I demonstrated this when I did the lead pages lesson for the digital downloads as well. But what I had to do on this template, they did not include a privacy policy page for that to link to. So I actually had to add a page. And what I did is I just clicked this little plus sign, add new page, and then you pick the page type. Well, there wasn't, that I saw, a privacy policy page type. So I just put a blank page in there, and it basically gave me just a wide open page, which you'll see. And I wanted to keep it hidden from navigation. So I made sure in the page settings, when I did this, I clicked hide from navigation. This just means it doesn't go up to that top menu. It's a little weird. Most sites don't put like privacy policy right at the top menu. So you're just going to want to hide that. You're not going to want to mark it as draft after you've published. So make sure you don't do that. There's an opportunity here to add SEO, like with all of the pages on the site. So let me show you what I did for this. That link basically just opens up this basic, very plain page of text. I kind of made up this privacy policy on the fly, but I've said this before, you do need this. It's smart to put it in right away so you don't forget about it later. And to run paid ads on Google, they make you use a privacy policy, and potentially even on Facebook too. So that's a sneaky thing we want to make sure we have covered. Some people even have like terms and conditions sections. The only thing that I know for sure you need, especially to run ads, is a privacy policy, but you could even add terms and conditions to this same page so that you feel like you have yourself covered. And again, I'm not an expert in that area of the legality. So you probably, as you're writing the language for this, you might want to do a little research or look at, big company sites. Those will give you some kind of inspiration around, okay, what goes on these and why are they important? So that's a big one. We talk about SEO and a couple other lessons, but here in every single page settings, you're going to want to go in and make sure you've added the SEO. We've talked about what kinds of language to use for SEO. Page titles, again, I am going to say you're going to want to make these fresh. Don't make every page title the same thing. So this could be like Vanacore Adventures, travel planning. Says aim to keep this under 70. We're at 35 right now. So I'm actually going to kind of try to fill it out. Travel planning experts, like that's something that would be fine for search. Travel planning, I really like, as you're starting out as a service provider, especially just sticking with local geography terms, because that narrows down search a lot, which means everybody across the whole country or world, you know, when they're searching, oftentimes they're searching for people local, or if they find you and you're local, then you might, you know, get a little bit more of an advantage. So I'm going to actually put in Charlotte and see here. So that actually increases SEO because we're talking about actually a local service provider. Even though she wants to probably travel plan for anybody, this helps build the audience. So we're not going to be too broad or general. So SEO page description, welcome to Vanacore Adventures, custom So here's where we're going to get an opportunity. Between 50 and 160 characters is what they say. We're going to try to fill up that whole 160. Custom travel planning, vacations for, let's lean into personalized European trips. Now, I know that she doesn't only do customized European trips, but this is where we need to get specific, and you're going to use these SEO sections to highlight different aspects of your business. So that's why I'm doing that here. Get your next European vacation planned. Let's see. For 2024, putting dates in also is fantastic for SEO because people actually use a lot of like dates and deadlines and stuff, especially for something like a vacation that they're planning. I might even update this a little bit. So I might actually edit myself and put get your 2024 European vacation, or I might even, because I used European up here, I might even decide to use get your 2024 trip to Venice, Italy, planned by us, something like that. So you're just going to want to think about, okay, what are the main things that I need to put in this SEO description, and then get it close to 160. Keywords you can pull from the list that we made when we talked about brand messaging. And yeah, so you're going to want to go through and do SEO like this in every possible opportunity. Every page setting has an opportunity for that. You can go ahead and do it even if the page is in draft, because if you at some point publish that page, then it can immediately start working for you for SEO. I'm going to go in and do the same thing with the privacy policy. And then I'm going to go on every single page using this, and every image, I'm going to make sure I have put some SEO in the image. So here's the name of the SEO. Let's see, 2024 honeymoon vacation to Bali. So what you can do here, even with a stock image, you can name it something that is relatable to your audience. So you can, this might not be a honeymooner in Bali, but that's okay because you're naming it something that in SEO is going to pull up and actually lead to your site that's relevant to your audience and what they are looking for. It's an opportunity, again, for search engine optimization. And then you're going to use the alt text to say something very similar. This might be like picturesque image of woman on a honeymoon in Bali. So again, I am adding SEO terms anywhere that I possibly can. And one thing you do want to do with images is you want to make it actually relevant to the image. You don't want to put something in here super random, because if people are searching and this pops up and it's like a totally random statement, then it's just going to be weird and a turnoff. So I do recommend sticking with the vibe of the image. All right, so we're going to get out of here where we have our little image gallery, and we're going to do the same thing wherever there's a photo. So there's a photo here, and we can't edit SEO in sections. So that's something that you're not going to have to worry about doing, but we've got photos here that we can put SEO terms behind. And that's it for here. I do have a little section I left in from the template with social links. You can link that to a personal social account if you want, if you don't have a business one set up. Or it could be a placeholder for the future. If you're not really planning on setting up a social, any social accounts for a while, then you can just delete that. So it can go either way. But I left that in there as just an example of what you could add later. Again, I am recommending you don't get into social media until you've got this system set up and you've worked on those first leads and you have everything ready to help those leads buy. And then you start getting more leads with social media. Contact page is built out. We've got an image here, an opportunity for SEO, and that's going to be it for the contact page. Okay, so now we're going to preview the site and we're going to check the links. This is very important. I even recommend having somebody like a spouse or a friend check your links also once you publish this on your domain. So here's the homepage. We're going to go down it. We're going to make sure it is going to the right place. Okay, so I made a pop-up. This was really easy to do again, and a lot of these links are going to go to this little easy pop-up form, and that's going to get people to either the contact page, that one goes to the contact page, or that pop-up form that I made. These, of course, we already know are going to the contact page, but we're going to check them just in case, just to make sure. Never hurts. So here's our steps. There's no CTAs there. It actually probably would be a good idea to put some buttons here before the next page or piece. This goes to that form. This goes to the newsletter. We're going to want to make sure we put in an email there. When I touch it, okay, when I click it, it actually goes to contact. So we know that we need to go back and make sure we add our newsletter link, email link to this space down here. So we're going to do that. We're going to make sure the privacy policy works. Look at that. It did not go to the privacy policy. So this is why we check links. We will inevitably have something that we forgot to link somewhere. Okay, so then we're going to want to check this contact us form and make sure it goes to the right place. And then we're also going to want to check this book now. While we are in preview, we're definitely going to want to check the mobile look. It's not as imperative to check the tablet because people generally don't use tablets that much to do, you know, stuff online, maybe more for kids, but mobile is for sure something that we're going to want to check. We're going to want to go through and make sure everything lays out the right way on mobile. A lot of times it'll look a lot different on mobile depending on the platform you use. Lead Pages is pretty much acing this right now. There's nothing that looks like in the wrong place or off center or too weird. And this does not give you the mobile look that everybody's going to see across every type of phone. So if it looks really great in the mobile preview and you look at it on somebody's phone, maybe your own phone, and it doesn't look the same, that is very normal. We're going to want to make sure this little menu opens up to the right place. And all right, so we checked our mobile. You don't have to recheck buttons. They should work the same as on desktop. If you want to recheck, you can. All right, so we checked our mobile look. We're going to exit that. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to publish it to the domain. So we are all set to go back to our dashboard and make sure we, let's see, it'll let me. Make sure we go to our connecting a domain here. And Lead Pages is great. It's going to walk you through it. They will give you a custom site or that they're just going to host on their own Lead Pages site that is a little funky looking. It's not going to look like a very professional domain, but it does work. I'm using that for my digital download site that I built on here. Once you connect an existing domain, you're going to want to use that for your website. So that is the whole list to finalize your website. You'll connect the domain and then you will publish it and your domain should go straight there. If you have difficulty figuring out how to connect your domain, then whoever is providing your domain usually is going to have a tutorial or something, some way to show you exactly how to put the domain in a web builder. Lead Pages will probably for sure have that help for you. So I would start there if you have trouble, but most of the time they're going to walk you through it. And if you have not purchased a domain, but you have your website ready, then I recommend publishing it on that Lead Pages domain that they offer and having all of those checks done and then going and buying from GoDaddy a domain. I think you can actually do that through Lead Pages. They will give you an option to just go ahead and find a domain. If at all possible, stick with a .com. It's a lot easier for people to remember and people will default to .com. So if you end up with like a .org or something like that, it's a little less likely that people are going to find you because they're going to forget that it's a .org. And it's just one more thing they have to remember. So I would recommend using a .com. And then you're going to be published, your website's going to be set up, and now you can move on and do the other pieces of your system. My goal with this course, and especially the system that we're building, is that it can generate leads on its own by the time you're done with it and it's all set up and published and running, and that you have a lot of the basic skill set to keep making sure it's generating the right kinds of leads and bringing them in while you're sleeping, while you're not paying attention, while you're not throwing new content on it, which means I need to explain SEO. And I don't want you to freak out about that. I promise it's not going to be technical. We're going to make this very simple, but everybody can understand SEO at a level where you can understand the types of leads that your website and other platforms are bringing in based on the words that you've put on there. So what is basic SEO at its core? We're going to talk about what are the easiest ways to improve search optimization without coding, without getting deep into back-end stuff and like system platform lingo, confusing web developer level things. What is it? It's just simply helping your marketing, any platform that you're on, that you're putting content on, rise to the top of the list that people would use for search. It applies to a lot of different types of platforms, not just your website. SEO is becoming one of the kind of mega marketing tools across multiple types of platforms. And if you can think like a searcher, you can do SEO. That's the key. The trick is thinking like somebody who is getting into a search bar on different types of platforms. Pinterest is a good example. YouTube is a good example. Amazon is a great example because that's probably one of the easier platforms for us to understand how much of a difference a search term makes in what it's pulling up. At its core, SEO is about that. It's not necessarily about you having the technical skills to make SEO happen for your website. And I'm going to be honest, I've run into plenty of custom made websites that clients have told me, yeah, when this was made, the web developer said that they optimize it for SEO, so we're good. And then I get in there and I'm like, yeah, they did it. They did something here, but they didn't do what we're going to talk about. And that is they weren't very strategic. They didn't think this through. Okay, so let's just go through this. It's pretty quick. And then I'm actually going to show you putting SEO into the back end of the website, one of the websites that I've made in Lead Pages that I'm using as an example here in this course. And if we get to the end of all this and you're like, I still need help with SEO, again, you always have the discussion post that you can ask questions on and let me know and give me feedback. You can always get into the private Facebook group too, and we can have a conversation about it. All right, so here are some simple ways to optimize your website or platforms that you're on for search. First of all, everything in marketing is driven by how well defined your target audience is. We've talked about this when we talk about brand messaging and copywriting, even down to the types of products that you decide to sell or services that you decide to offer. You really, really have to define an audience at the very start. Who is it that you really want to sell to, that you really want to work with? Most people start way too broad, and they don't narrow it down to actually filling a gap for a smaller group of people. So if that's an issue for you, you're going to struggle with search engine optimization because SEO, like many other things, really is more and more powerful the more narrow and defined you can make it. So think about what would that target audience that you have hopefully defined well, narrowed down, made small and specific. Okay, you've got that person on your brain. Now, what are they going to put into a search bar? When they go to Google, what are they going to type in? That is a great place to start. And then you can do variations off of that. What's going to get them to your specific products and services? And also, what do you want to push the most as far as what you offer? Do you want to push a certain type of service more than others? Well, then maybe you come up with more keywords and phrases around that thing that you want to promote the most. And then maybe that changes after 6 months or so or next year. And you want to freshen that up. After this lesson, you're going to know how to do that. One great way to start once you've kind of done those first two things is to go ahead and start putting those options for search that you've brainstormed into a Google search bar and then see what comes up. What's really cool about that is Google will actually give you like a list of sort of variations of what you've put in the search bar. And you probably see this happen all the time and like you didn't even register it. But go ahead and you can do it now. Type in a phrase in Google and then watch it pull up like a quick list of other things that people have searched kind of based on that topic. That can actually inspire you to help you get to more specific search terms and phrases. You're going to want to always use, when you're doing this in your website, you're always going to want to use fresh titles, taglines, descriptions, and image captions. And by that, I mean, do not copy paste. You will actually get in trouble for copy pasting because Google's super smart. And I have seen I have a whole platform that I use called SEMrush that digs deep, deep into SEO on websites. And the number one problem with every website that I have worked on and improved on is copy pasting stuff or stuff that's verbatim, the same across like product descriptions and product titling. And you just don't do it. There's very few places in the Lead Pages website right now where you can actually put SEO stuff. So there should be no reason that you feel like, oh, I just need to put in a bunch of SEO, so I'm just going to copy paste. And really, you should never be in the habit of doing that. Google wants to see that you have a variety of words and descriptions and all of that on a website, and they're going to know when stuff is verbatim repetitive in your site. This is also true for keyword stuffing. Keyword stuffing used to be a thing a couple decades ago. I started blogging for SEO in 2005, and basically I got paid to keyword stuff blogs. At that point, it wasn't penalized yet, and it did work, and it was so boring. But now, oh no, we're way past that. Don't do it. Don't ask people to do it on your site. And when you follow what I'm going to talk about here, you're hopefully not going to keyword stuff. Let's make a list of 20 to 30 keywords and phrases and just use like one or two at a time, meaning when you have an opportunity to put an SEO description into like the site settings of your website and then separate page settings, which is all shown in the lesson where I break it down in Lead Pages, you're going to want to use fresh language, and you're going to want to choose, all right, you know what, I'm going to lean in on these couple of keywords or key phrases, and I'm going to write about that specifically this time. The next time I will choose something different. So you see what I mean? We're trying to give it variety and not do a lot of duplicating and, you know, put like 3 things across the entire website. That's not going to get us anywhere with SEO. When you're making that list of 20 to 30 keywords, it's definitely going to help you to go back to your brand messaging, which is, we've kind of lumped in choosing a list of keywords and phrases into the brand messaging lesson in this course. So hopefully you kind of already had an idea of some great keywords to start making a list of when you were in that lesson, and they're going to revolve around, again, what's your priority messaging? That's going to lead you straight into, okay, now, you know, what are some keywords, phrases that would be likely to be searched related to all of that. So hopefully this is not totally fresh. You've already done some work on this. Then you're going to want to fill every opportunity for SEO, which includes your website settings. There's usually a main spot on every website platform that's just your big general SEO. When somebody puts in your homepage, that's what's going to come up in search. So that's your first opportunity. In Lead Pages, and I know most other sites, it looks very similar to that, to go into each separate page on your website and do separate SEO. You'll be able to see this when I demonstrate it. And so you're going to want to fill out all of that. Do not leave that blank, and use as many characters as possible. Usually they have limits. It's like, you know, you can go up to 300 characters or 150 characters or whatever it is. I would suggest, like, don't write a sentence and then call it a day. Actually fill that space up, because that is how you're going to maximize your opportunity there for SEO. What I like to do is write a sentence or two related to the first kind of keyword or phrase that I've picked as the priority for that section. And then I will do a separate couple of sentences related to the different keyword. So I might do like a couple sentences about the 3-month marketing planner that I sell. And I'll go into it a little bit and use a phrase that is fairly commonly searched. So, you know, 3-month marketing planner is actually not super popular. So that's a good one. I never encourage using super general terms. Another way to phrase that is like a 3-month marketing campaign would be a good search term that somebody might search for, and then they land on my planner and I can help them make that 3-month campaign. So those might be a couple of terms that I would want to use just in that one section. And I am, I'm using all of it, and I'm able to fit in 2 phrases that I think are priority phrases in that one section. But I'm also not going to try and overdo it. I'm not going to sit there and stuff like 3-month marketing planner, 6-month marketing planner, marketing planner template, marketing, downloadable marketing planner. Like, I'm not going to throw every term on my list into one section because it doesn't make sense to the average reader. Google is looking for copy, content, writing that feels like it was written from person to person, like we would be in dialogue. So that's another thing to be careful of. So fill every opportunity in your website with SEO terms written conversationally. And that also includes the images that you put in there. That's a place that a lot of people don't know they can put SEO, but you can. You can go into the image. When you click to edit the image in lead pages, there's a place that you can name the image. You should do that. You should name it something related to your business. If it's a stock image, let's say for the travel planning business that I'm doing a system for right now, there's a stock image at the top of the site of, I think it's a girl, like she's standing by water or something like that. So that would be a perfect opportunity for me to say, honeymooner, vacationing in the Caribbean, or something along the lines of like, travel planner for honeymoon vacationer. So I can put that in there. It's not going to show on the main website as my caption or anything. If it does, then write a caption that makes sense for what people are going to read on the website. But that name is going to be on the website, and it's going to be searchable by Google. And then underneath that, there's an alt text section. That's there pretty much for every type of image on every type of website platform. It's another opportunity where you can write a description of that image, a different one than what you've made the name. We're not doing verbatim here. And that's another SEO opportunity. There's also usually places to put captions under pictures. That's another thing that you can do that increases the SEO because it adds content to your site that is searchable. So any searchable content on your site, whether it's visible to the visitor or not, is a fantastic spot for SEO. So you're going to want to make sure you cover all of those. Once you get into a rhythm of this, especially on the lead pages sites that we're doing right now that are fairly simple, you'll be able to knock that out actually pretty quickly, especially if you have a list of keywords and phrases that you've honed in on. And then you're going to want to go to the next page. So if it's homepage and you're done with that, and then you're going to want to go over to that contact page that we've published. And you're going to want to do the same thing. Look for the same opportunities. There's not as much going on there, so you might not even need to do as much on that. Okay. As far as narrowing down your keyword tips, avoid the general popular terms. And I'm going to add in a bonus tip for you. This is true for hashtags too. Whenever you do get on social media, I'm not telling you to do it right now because I don't want that distraction in your life until your system is set up and you're really pushing for those first leads, those network leads that we talked about in the startup squad. But once you do get around to like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube is very search optimized related. Pinterest is very search optimized. Whenever you're using any platform where people have a search bar, and they actually would go in and search a decent amount to find what they're looking for, don't do the general popular thing. Narrow that down and add to those general popular terms a geographical location. That makes it much smaller, much more narrow. So travel planner in Charlotte, North Carolina is going to be far more effective use of your efforts than just travel planner. I mean, that alone makes it pretty understandable, right? Like, it's like, that's common sense. Add adjectives, descriptive words to those general terms. So travel planner for Caribbean honeymoons, like that's going to be more descriptive than, again, just travel planner. And then even the more descriptive and specific you can get. So like travel planner, personalized European trips. That is going to be something that fewer people are going to search, but that's okay because you want those few people that are searching for that to get to you and not the next travel planner, right? So it's great for SEO for you to think smaller. Think like a searcher on Google or Amazon. Those are the two platforms I feel like make it pretty obvious and actually help you boil down search terms the best. If you're in doubt, think how you would go search on Amazon for something, especially a product, because then you'll be like, it is definitely different how I find size 8, brown fall boots for my toddler than if I just put in brown boots for a toddler. It changes the search. The more specific you get on Amazon, usually the better your search results are going to be. So think like Amazon searchers if you struggle to find good keywords. So hopefully all of that helped. You know where to go when you need further help with your SEO, or if you feel like you've got it and this lesson was helpful. I'd also love to know that too. Send me a little note by getting into that discussion section or getting into the private Facebook group and being like, man, you made SEO very simple. And now I feel like I really understand how to do it for my website. I would love that encouragement. All right, now let's go look at actually putting it in lead pages. Once you have done your lead pages website, it is imperative to go back through and add search engine optimization, words, descriptions, phrases in every possible location. I'm going to show you how I'm doing that with the Marketing Plan Shop site right now. So let's look at the lead pages site that I'm working on for the shop. I just went in and started filling in a lot of the SEO, and I want to show you it's actually really easy here in lead pages to see where you can put SEO. And then I'm going to show you places you may not know that you can put SEO content and that you should be doing for whatever website you use or for this system that we're building using lead pages. So you're going to want to poke through and look intentionally for areas just like this. I'm not going to show you every single possible area right now. So it's really important that you dedicate some time to adding SEO in after your site is built. And then anything new that you add, like new sections, new pages to your site as you go, there's lots of opportunity to add SEO, and we want it SEO optimized as possible. So first I'm going to go into pages, and in each page you've got a place where you can edit settings, and it's right there. It's easy to find. So I've put in a title and descriptions, and one pointer if you're not familiar with SEO, you cannot just copy paste. You really should not have the same phrases and descriptions too often throughout a website, because that is a strike against you. Google thinks you're cheating and that you're not being very creative. And honestly, that if you're saying the same thing over and over and over again, it means you're not really talking to people interested in your product very well, because we know that people need different messaging in order to get across different needs. So SEO is all about making sure your site feels human. It feels like you were creative and not repetitive. And honestly, you have to say things different ways because people search for things differently.
So those are all the high level reasons. I'm not going to get into it too much, but don't copy paste. Do not do that. Go in and come up with it with your own brain. I know people are probably going to want to use ChatGPT or AI for this. What I have seen from that is that AI can get very robotic in its language as well. So I also am not a huge fan of using AI to do all of your SEO. Now you can go in and maybe it'll help you come up with some fresh descriptions so that you're not regurgitating the exact word for word phrases. That is where it can be helpful, but you really should be owning this yourself. So do this for each page. I even did it for the privacy policy. That's another SEO opportunity. Use every opportunity. So I put in some descriptions in there, and then I'm going to go in and actually just go down the page, and I'm going to look for every opportunity to fill in and edit anything where I can put SEO. Now, there's nothing for text, so nothing pops up there. And if you're super unfamiliar, then go ahead and like click the little edit button and go ahead and see, is there anything that I can add here for SEO? And if there isn't a section for it, that means no. But images are an area where you can put descriptions. Alt descriptions is usually one of the key pieces. So I'm going to edit this image right now, and I'm going to do it with the little wand. And actually, I'm not going to do it with the wand. I'm going to do it with the little icon for the image that they have in lead pages. That's what opens up the back end of the image. And I'm going to give this image a name and an alt text that actually works for this image. So it is, for my purposes, we're going to call this girl a small business owner, creating a marketing plan. Those are all keywords and phrases that would be relevant to my site. And then I'm going to use a kind of a variation of this. So like woman-owned business marketing planner. So that's saying it a little bit differently, but it's using some key phrases, and I'm getting a little bit more narrow there with my text. I'm actually going to put using. So woman-owned is a little bit more specific. So that helps me to target people who have a woman-owned business and might be searching specifically for something to help them in particular. And then I've got that locked in. That is going to help me with SEO, believe it or not. So now I'm going to go back to the main site, and I'm going to go through and do that everywhere I possibly can. I'm going to go into site settings and make sure I've got SEO filled in the site settings. And so I'm going to fill that in as soon as I get the chance. And I'm going to save those that new SEO content in there once I've got it in there. And then you are all set once you've done that with your SEO. And if you add anything in the future, you're going to want to make sure and look for opportunities to add SEO into the areas that it gives you an opportunity to do. Once you have your lead pages site to a good place and it's very usable, the links work, the forms work, things are happening on the page, and you feel like you're pretty much done with it, the next step is going to be to get Google in your favor with a Google My Profile or Google Business Profile page. So they have integrated business profiles with maps, because basically your profile shows up when somebody searches on a map, but it also will show up if somebody just searches your business name or something related to your business and you pop up in a search. You know that from searching all the time, I'm sure. You see those profiles for businesses pop up. You want one of those. Even if you are not serving your local community, you still want one, because Google puts a lot of weight in a business having one. It makes them look more legitimate and credible. Also, if people put reviews, like good 5-star reviews and talk about your business well, then Google knows that. So I always tell business owners, you don't even necessarily have to worry about putting like a reviews software on your website or anything like that, at least not right away, because Google weights reviews on their profiles really, really heavy. It makes a big difference to how quickly you show up in search, to people being able to compare your business, especially if you're a service provider. And people are all about reviews. So Google knows this. Google's going to weight things that help people know if you are a great business for them or not. So there's a couple of reasons why it's important to have one. If for some reason you really don't want a business profile that shows up on a map because like it's your own address or something like that, and it feels a little bit unsafe, then I'd say a secondary option is to do a Facebook page where people can go and do reviews of your business. You definitely want one or the other, in addition to maybe anything you would add to your site in the future. So I'm going to show you how to set up a Google My Business profile. It's very easy to do once you've signed into a Google account, which you will want to set up a Google account if you don't have one already. Then you can get to it that way by going to your business Google account and then going to Maps. When you're in Maps, there's a menu that opens up on the left side, and one of the options is to set up a business account on Maps. So that's kind of like the workaround way if you have an account. There's a second way, which you can see right in front of you, is just google.com/business. And it should say, something about creating a business profile, and you can sign in or start managing that. I have started this already for the marketing plan shop. So the next step is it's going to ask your business name. It's going to ask what type of business you are. For the shop, it's an online retail. You might be a store, you might be a service-based. And then basically you're going to walk through and you're going to put in your website. You can opt to skip that for now. There's certain things it's going to ask you for. And then it's actually going to ask either for some sort of verification of your business. You definitely want to do what you have to do to get your business verified and to get this listing set up and ready to go. And that's basically it. So it's going to walk you through setting up a Google business profile, which I recommend no matter what type of business you have. That's going to be one of the first things you do after you have a website available. And it might even take a little bit of time to get verified, depending on what type of business you are. In some cases, I know I've set them up for clients who we have to like do a whole postcard in the mail, and then they have to put in a code from the postcard. It's kind of interesting. Hopefully you don't have to do that. I think there's an easier way. But you definitely want to set that up, and then you want to use that profile as your reviews site. And we will talk about that later when we are working on the rest of your marketing system, how to point people there so they do reviews on your Google profile. That's going to hold a lot of weight with Google. It's going to help your search results, and it's going to help people find you online and know that you're a great business, reputable business. So that's one of the priorities of getting that set up and making that part of the system, because we definitely want that credibility to build over time, starting as soon as possible. Once you have your website published, one of the very first things you need to do is set up analytics, connect them to your account, and get them collecting data that is going to be invaluable to your business going forward. You want to have that history of data ready for you, and you want it to go all the way back to whenever you have those first leads hitting your website. So don't waste too much time. Go straight into this next step. It really shouldn't take you long. I love two platforms that Google has offered for a long time that are free, that are pretty easy to set up with any website, and Lead Pages is no exception. So we're going to look at it connected to Lead Pages.
The first is Google Analytics 4. They recently redid their analytics platform. It used to be called Universal, now it's called GA4. And they've made some good updates to it. There's aspects of it that I think everybody's kind of still getting used to, but I've really enjoyed it. And after you've got that set up, we're going to talk about connecting Google Search Console to your site as well, because that's going to show you what people are actually typing in the search bar to get to your website, which is really cool, super helpful. And I absolutely love Search Console, and I think it's totally underrated. So we want to set these up. You don't necessarily have to become a data nerd, right away. You don't have to be getting in there and watching your data immediately. We're going to talk later in the course about how often you should check your analytics and how you can use these analytics tools on a cycle. But right now, the main priority is just making sure your system is using them as soon as possible. So let's talk about how to get your analytics set up. If you have an analytics account, you are going to just want to go into it and add a property. You're probably a little bit used to Google Analytics if you already have that account set up. So you will just want to go into the admin section of the account you already have, what you already maybe use for a different website or something like that, and just simply add a property. If you've never set analytics up, then it's real easy to do. Just go to the link. It's below this lesson. It's also in your system workbook, and you can set up an account and get started. It will walk you through it, and it's really not complicated. Once you have GA4 set up, we're going to look at the marketing plan shop example. And this poor account has been pretty neglected, but we're going to go ahead and look at how to connect it to lead pages. So when you go into lead pages and you go to the site that you have set up, you're going to want to go here to settings. I'm going to click that back open. And right there it is. There's an analytics spot that is telling you exactly what it needs to start tracking with Google Analytics 4. Makes it super easy. Most platforms do. And all you're going to want to do is go look for this measurement ID. The measurement ID, when you have your account ready and set up, is going to be in admin. It's actually a little hard to find. I don't know why this is difficult to find. It's going to be in data streams. That's the fastest way I've been able to get to it. There might be a different way to get to this. I have yet to find it. So you're going to be in admin, you're going to click on data streams, and you're going to click on the website that it brings up. Should be the website that you're trying to get connected in lead pages. And right here is your measurement ID. It's going to have the G and a dash in front of it. There's a lot of other IDs offered in this console. So make sure you grab the right thing, the one with the G in front of it. Lead pages actually shows this. So you're going to want to use that. I'm going to put this in the little measurement ID. And there we go. This one down here is for the universal analytics. We don't need to put that in because they're doing away with that. All we need is the GA4 measurement ID. We're going to save, and we are good to go. The next thing that you're going to want to do at some point, this is not the first thing you necessarily have to do, but at some point you're going to want to go to the home of your account that you set up for your website, and you can go ahead and rearrange some of this to show you exactly what you want to see. It's actually not too hard. This is the reports snapshot. So this is kind of like a main dashboard. And you might be like, I don't really care about certain things on here. I would rather see other types of reporting. What you do is you just go over here to customize report, and it brings up a bunch of different options for you to pull over into this dashboard. You can get rid of some of the options that are currently on there by Xing them out. So I might X out like user activity by cohort. Maybe I don't care about that. I'm just going to delete it. Conversions by platform. That, depending on what kind of business you have, is usually not necessarily the first thing you care about. You can add different cards. So you can click add cards at the very bottom. You can choose which. These are summary cards, and there's a lot offered, but there's also this other cards area, and you can pick from even more. So the opportunities are endless over here on your dashboard. So take a little bit of time and set that up, but that doesn't have to be something that you do right away. Goodness. Okay, so we've got our analytics set up. Cool. And the next thing we're going to want to do is set up Google Search Console. There's also a separate link for this one, and it's again linked below and linked in your workbook. It's going to take you to the Search Console sort of welcome or home page, and it's going to walk you through setting up a domain. The first thing you're going to do is put the main domain without the beginning part, without like the HTTPS or the www. So in this, I'm going to put marketingplanshop.com. That's all I need. And it's going to start working on that. I already have one set up for the marketing plan shop, but this is what you'll see. You will see a code, this TXT. You'll want to go sign into where your domain name is bought. So I had to go to Squarespace for this. You probably have GoDaddy or something like that where your domain was purchased through. And if you go into the area there that you can edit DNS records, then it's pretty easy to figure out how to do this. They walk you through it, copy the TXT record. And when it asks for the type of record in that DNS setting area, you're going to put TXT. You're going to copy this. You're going to put that in the data section. If you have trouble with this, there's tutorials, articles somewhere on the internet that are going to walk you through it. You can just ask Google, like, how do I verify domain ownership via DNS record through Google Search Console? And you'll get some help. Then once you've got that done, you're going to click, you're going to try and verify it. I've already got Google Search Console actually for the marketing plan shop. So I can show you kind of what it looks like. And once you've got it set up, you're going to, see this as your kind of main dashboard. And now I know, okay, great. I'm going into my Search Console. I know it's set up. I know it's tracking. And the next thing you're going to want to do, and the final thing you're going to want to do, is simply go back over to your GA4. Yeah, I'm going to discard that. And you're going to want to connect the two. It's kind of interesting. These platforms are actually separate until you connect them, but you definitely want GA4 to have as much connection to the sources of your leads as possible. And this is one of those. GA4 is going to get better at telling you where your searchers are coming from if it's connected to Search Console. And it's just hugely beneficial to have them connected. So you're going to go back into the little admin section for GA4. You're going to want to scroll down to product links and click open Search Console, and see here, I've got mine connected, up and running. If you don't have anything connected, it's going to give you the link option to connect to the new Google Search Console that you set up. And that part is pretty simple. So that's all you have to do to get these set up and running for your lead pages. And if you run into technical problems or you're having a hard time, depending on what platforms you might be using, if it's different than lead pages, then you go ahead and troubleshoot, get in there and you let the platform tell you how to do it. And if you're really stuck, drop
your help, your SOS, into the private Facebook group or into the discussions area. Some students might be able to help you. I might jump in and help you. But this is truly worth getting this set up. I promise you're going to really, really appreciate having this information accessible when you need it. The final piece of setting up our system before we move on to setting up communication to leads and customers, which is part of the system, but the final platform that we're going to need to make sure is set up and ready for what else we're going to talk about and set up is ConvertKit for email marketing. I really like ConvertKit. I've been using it for a little while now. I've used lots of other email platforms and I have opinions on them. But this one has been pretty strong. It has a lot of capability, especially for the price point, and you will be able to grow with it really easily before having to upgrade to anything more expensive. So I recommend going ahead and setting up an account in ConvertKit just at that lowest level. And let me show you how to do that. The link, as always, should be below so that you can see where to go and to create an account. It's real easy. It's just right here. So once you've got this account created, we can go in, we can start exploring what ConvertKit looks like on the inside and kind of click around and figure out how to get to things. But we will talk about actual use cases and certain things that I advise you to go ahead and get set up in ConvertKit as we're going throughout the rest of the course. It's going to be one of the platforms we lean on the most heavily. But the first thing you want to do after you've got your account created is connect it with Lead Pages so that Lead Pages has access to it so that when you start to build certain workflows and lead magnets and things like that, which I promise I'm going to keep simple. It's starting to sound complicated, but it will not be complicated because we're just going to go step by step through it. But you do want it to be connected with Lead Pages. And the way you're going to do that is go to grab the API key, which is what Lead Pages is going to ask for. So that's in the advanced section in your profile menu. It's right here, and it's going to show you an API key, and you're going to click to copy that so that you can just paste it right in. And let me show you how it's going to look in Lead Pages. So when you're in Lead Pages, you're going to want to go out to that main hub area and click integrations. And there's a list of different things that it integrates with, and ConvertKit is one of those things. When you click that open, it's going to let you connect a new account. And when you click connect new account, see right here, it's going to ask for the API key. So it's really easy to get that in there. It doesn't take much at all. And that way your system is set up, and then you can start exploring ConvertKit as much as you want to and getting to know it. You might even have email subscribers already that you want to add to that subscriber list. We've built our system. Hopefully you are all done with all of those platforms and getting them synced together, and you have the foundational pieces that you need for marketing that's going to grow and sustain your business for at least the first year, if not a lot longer than that. So what's next? What's next is what a lot of entrepreneurs skip right over or fail to do, and they end up kind of adding this step in later, which I think is a huge miss, because it means you are going to have to work harder and not smarter at marketing. Hopefully, by the time we unpack this whole lesson, this will make complete sense to you, and you will be like, yes, this is common sense or seems very logical. But a lot of people just go straight towards bringing in new, fresh leads, and they don't have this set up and working in their favor the whole time, and they miss out on a lot. What we're going to talk about is
customers. We're going to focus on customers before we have customers. Why? Because those customers, if you treat them right, if you are ready for them, if you have a plan in place, if you have several things automated that are going out to them and helping them along the process of working with you or buying your products, you will not have to do so much new lead generation marketing really ever. And you will be focusing and leaning on customers that you are going to wow, that you are going to create memories with, that you are going to make sure you have stuck in their mind, and they're going to go out and they're going to market for you. So let's go through what this looks like. I've broken it down. And then after this lesson, we're actually going to look in ConvertKit, where a lot of the pieces that we're going to talk about here are going to be added and actually set up and automated, so you can actually start building out your system to get content out and to get the right communication out. This will all make sense as we go. Okay. So this lesson has a lot of R's in it. It's repeat ready, but we're also going to talk about retain, reward, refer. What does this mean? Basically, we are first of all wanting to create the best possible customer experience so that customers want to come back again. And then on top of that, we want to create the best customer experience so customers are not only retained and repeat business with you, but they also boost your business by bringing other customers in. We're going to reward them. We're going to ask them to refer. And we're just really going to focus in on customers as the center focal point of our marketing, and not just how we get revenue to our business. This is going to help you make sure you can keep your marketing minimalistic, I think, forever, because I really believe there's no better way to market your business than to make customers super happy, help them remember you, sometimes send them some reminders, and get more action out of them, even past the service. So let's talk through what this looks like. Customers obviously are the linchpin of business growth because they have the power to help grow your business. They also have the power to give you really bad reviews and completely tank your business. So even if you don't have time to create a magical experience and you're continually building on that experience, you still really need to make sure you have a quality experience for your customers, so that at the very least, they aren't like raving in the wrong way about your business. Customers have the option to repeat their business with you. Obviously, that's their call. That's their option. They don't have to come back just because they know you or they've worked with you once. They have the ability to bring you more customers, which I think a lot of business owners make the mistake of not tapping into that ability very well and not pushing on it and not leaning on it. Customers have the experience to give you valuable feedback. So they're the ones who have worked with you. They're the ones who have bought what you offer, and they are the ones who should be speaking into what their experience was like, what could be better, what about your business maybe needs to shift or change. Customers are the most likely to give you the best follower engagement because, again, if they like you, then they're going to want to be watching what you're doing and what opportunities you have coming up that they could come back and work with you again. There's just so much opportunity when you focus on customers. Why you should build your marketing around customers before you ever attract new leads. This is huge. Giving customers the absolute best experience is going to guarantee that they use their superpowers for your business growth. Customers deserve the best offers, incentives, and communication. This one really gets to me. When I see like mobile phone places do this all the time. When I see a business that is always offering the killer deals to new people, I'm like, but I've been with you forever. Where's my killer deal? I just feel like if you're going to come up with a fantastic incentive, make it about the people who have been loyal, make it about the people who have been active with your business, who are using their superpowers for your business. Reward those people. Come on. It doesn't always have to be for the new lead or the new buyer, because half the time that incentive doesn't really go very far with them. They're just kind of doing it for the incentive. Well, the people that have already bought from you, they are already bought in. So they're not necessarily going to do it for the incentive. They want to be a repeat customer. So reward them for being a repeat customer. And anyways, I'll get off my soapbox on that. Customers want to support small businesses they've had a great experience with. Customers can keep a business afloat when times get tough. I've seen this firsthand. I've seen where small businesses go through struggle when the economy's not great, when they're maybe going through a big shift and they lose some customers for some reason. There are all kinds of reasons that a small business is going to kind of hit plateaus or hit challenges or hit struggle seasons. And the customers, the people that are loyal, those are the ones that are helping you maintain your revenue so that you can get through that. And they're the ones that when you ask and you are transparent and you say, hey, it is tough over here. I'm just asking if you can help refer a little bit extra, if you can, think of reasons why somebody that could use my services or my products. And those are going to be the people who are like, all right, I got your back. I'm going to help you even more right now. Happy customers are a far better ROI than new lead generation, because it doesn't cost you much to continue to make them happy and to continue to stay on their radar and to continue to ask them to help you market your business. What people spend on new lead generation is usually astronomically higher than the ROI that they get. And especially what they expect the ROI to be, compared to when you simply focus on your customers and continue to work on their experience and continue to just treat them well, and then continue to remind them of referring you or reward them for repeat purchase and repeat business. Spend your money there, and you will not have to do so much spending on new lead generation. I really believe that. All right, what we're going to continue to talk about is how to focus your marketing system on customers so you have the strongest possible foundation for growth. And a lot of this can be automated. Simple, affordable ways to retain, reward, get referrals from customers. We're going to actually map this out. I'm going to give you checklists. It's going to be easy. It's all going to come together, and it's going to feel like, okay, I can set a lot of this up right away and it's done. How to include quick wins that customers love in your business and your marketing. How do you retain customers so that they keep coming back? First of all, focus on your customer experience. Everything from that first point of contact to that final goodbye when the service is completely over. What is every part of their interaction with you, and how can you make every part of it easy for them to follow, easy for them to understand, go above and beyond. We'll talk about that later. So how can you do this? There are a few key ways we're going to talk about here. And then this is an ongoing conversation that you need to come back and have with yourself as your business leader and continue to improve on. A few things that I want to cover is over communicate. A lot of service providers, I think especially, but a lot of newer business owners, no matter what you're offering, you tend to feel like, oh, I don't want to nag people. I don't want to bother people. I checked in and they're probably busy. You can't do that if you want your business to be successful. People need reminding. They expect it. They need extra communication. They're probably, if you're sending them a big list of things that they need to know, they're probably skimming it and they didn't get the full picture. I mean, you know how easy it is to miss details and to miss things. It is better to over communicate and to err on the side of too many emails sent, maybe a couple texts thrown in there, extra check-ins. Just err on the side of that. If that bothers somebody, then honestly, I feel like they probably weren't too bought into what you're offering in the first place. And if they are bought in and they're going to be a great customer, they're probably going to appreciate that. And they're going to be like, man, they were they were super on top of it. And they're going to like it. Study the best pros in your industry. This is big, and this is something ongoing. What is somebody else that is further along than you that is having great success? What are those key touches that they're including? And maybe even try to meet with them, pay them for a consultation, and get some great insight into some things that you can be doing. Ask what the expectation is upfront. A lot of times customers will come to us and we think we are going to have to hold their hand through the whole process, and we're just going to tell them how things are going to go. And there's a level of they'll probably be expecting that, but at the same time, they still are coming with some sort of expectation, some picture in their mind of how this is going to work. And it's good to just say, hey, what are you expecting from this? A really good example that I have thought of before is hair. When I go to get my hair done, it's always a different experience depending on the hairstylist that I'm with. And I would love for a hairstylist when we're first, connecting and I'm first kind of trying them out, for them to ask me, hey, what's your experience been like before? What did you like, not like about it? Okay, great. Do you prefer that I kind of like meet a certain time frame? Because y'all, my hair can take like 3 hours or it can take 5 hours, depending on who is doing it. If anybody gets their hair colored or much done to your hair, you know what I'm talking about. So I would love for someone to ask me, you know what, is your expectation that I move along more quickly and try to get you out the door in 3 hours? Or do you kind of like this to be more of a pampering experience, and maybe I take a little extra time and you aren't worried about your time frames? So that's just a small example of have a little chat and get their expectations or even their preferences up front. Follow up with specific intentions. We're going to get to that one. Anticipate needs and go above and beyond. All right. So before you serve someone with your service, here are several things that you can do. And you can apply a lot of this to product sales as well. You can draft a hello or like a what to expect email. That's kind of like a combination email. That's going to be the first thing that you're going to send. I'm actually going to, after this lesson, follow up with showing you exactly what I've already drafted in ConvertKit. So this will be right in front of you, spelled out. So I just want to set it up right now. The second email is a something special download. So when someone first comes to you for your service, maybe they came to you through a lead magnet, which we'll talk about in the future of this course, but you want to have something completely different than a lead magnet. You want to have something that is just special for that customer, that is very useful, very helpful. One idea that I had is if you're an event planner, maybe you create some sort of download that has color palettes on it, and you send them this download. Maybe it's like 2 or 3 pages long and it looks nice, and it starts to help that person envision, what do they want their party atmosphere to look like? What color scheme are they expecting at the baby shower? So that's like an extra touch that you can send a new customer right away, that they're going to be like, oh, this is cool. That's going to create a memory of your business and how you treated them immediately. You're already going to be winning with them even before you do the service. So think of something special, and we're going to create an email around that. And then we're going to publish this as a automated sequence. So these are going to get to them automated, so that you're just going to set this up one time and it's going out to any new customers. And I'm going to show you all of this in ConvertKit. After you go through with your service, you're going to draft a follow-up feedback email. You're going to do a repeat purchase incentive email. This is going to incentivize them coming back. You're going to also add a reminder email that reminds them of that incentive. So this is we're building the essential elements of some customer communication before the service, and then after you're done with the service. And then as you go, I highly encourage you to just keep adding reminder emails around some of these key touch points, and then even extend the sequence out and add, more types of incentives. And you can always add, but don't get overwhelmed, because I'm giving you like the base of what is critical, and this is going to carry you for a while. So don't get stressed about adding, but you can continue to brainstorm new things that you can send to a customer after you have worked with them. Then you're going to publish this sequence. Again, I'm going to show you this. Okay, how can we reward customers? Here's a few ideas. You can give your best reward ideas to those who have earned it. So if you come up with a really cool reward or incentive for a new lead, first consider, is this too good for a new lead who hasn't even bought from me yet? Maybe I should actually give this to a customer who has done 5 services with me. Incentivize actions with rewards. Again, this is like, the people that are your customers, that list of people can maybe get something special for doing a survey once a year. Maybe those are the people that you give an option of a $25 Amazon gift card to for taking your survey. And you don't necessarily reward random people who are not customers with $25 gift cards. You get what I'm saying? So if there's some sort of action that you would love for your customers to take, consider some ways to reward those actions. And those actions can be referring, they can be doing a Google review, that it can be coming back for, like I said, the second or third or 10th time or something like that. Offer the reward and then remind of the offer. So when you come up with a great reward for your customers, don't send them one email and then expect that they got the message and they're going to sit there and take time to consider whether they're going to take you up on it. Always follow up with reminders after a couple days, maybe the next week, because you definitely have to remind people, right? We always need reminding. And then you can even build on that and add maybe a second reminder before the deadline runs out to take you up on that reward, whatever you have come up with. More loyalty equals more rewards. Again, reward loyalty, build urgency around rewards, make a deadline. I'm going to show you an example of this when I show you the sequence that I've built in ConvertKit. Make rewards feel VIP, exclusive, insider. So use that kind of language when you set that up. I love the idea of local community businesses doing VIP events for only their best customers. That feels really cool. A lot of us don't get invited to fun events where we can get dressed up and like somebody hands us a glass of something when we walk in the door and we get that little bit of red carpet treatment. For the right customer, that can go a long way. Or something similar. Maybe it's like a family fun day where your business hosts, something for their entire family. If maybe your business is centered more around parenting or kids or something like that. So those are just some ideas. All right. Keep those rewards coming. Don't just throw a reward at somebody the week after they've worked with you and then do a reminder email and then stop. Just make your marketing efforts continually thinking about how to incentivize and how to reward customers to either come back or refer you. Make a reward ready list. What are some great rewards that you can continue to offer throughout the year? Maybe you make a list of like 5 and you cycle through those 5 throughout the year. That will boil it down for you, make it less overwhelming. And from that list, you can then start to see what works best and maybe what you should do more of. And you can fine tune from there. When you have made this list, you're going to pick something that feels really good, something that maybe doesn't take you a ton of time and energy to invest in. And you're going to create another reward offer. And then you're going to add that to your follow-up sequence. Add another reminder email. I've got a checklist to make sure you remember all of these. And then you're going to talk about the ways you reward customers. Once you've kind of gotten into a rhythm with a few customers of having worked with them and then offering them some cool things after the service, like start to talk about that. Get in your networking groups, or post on your personal social media. Because remember, we're trying to stay away from managing business accounts right now on social media, but you probably have a personal. Talk about it, share it with people, give people some FOMO, that they might be missing out if they are choosing to go somewhere else and not choose your business, or if they're not acting on actually signing up for what you offer. So, put it out there. Be like, I just rewarded several of my best customers with a really cool family day. Here, let me show you some video from it. That will definitely get some interest. And that's an easy way to add some new leads to your list. Refer. Don't be shy about asking for reviews and referrals. Once you've worked with somebody and you did a great job, ask them pretty quickly as soon as your service is done. Just go ahead and be like, hey, can you go over to my Google profile and add a review there? That would mean so much to me. Ask for referrals. We're going to break this down and actually put this in the system. So again, it's automated, but don't be shy about reminding people about those things and talking about those things and asking about those things. Make it easy for customers to refer. In some cases, I've seen businesses make it so that in order to refer them, you have to get the email, and then you have to click on this, and then you have to go find your friend's email address, and then you have to put their email address in this thing, and then they might get the next email. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, that's too much work. So try to make it just a quick one step for customers to refer you, even if that's just a basic email that says, hey, right now, can you text somebody this email address, or not email address, but website. Maybe that's the easiest thing right now that you can think of, but try not to make it a lot of steps. Incentivize referrals. Again, that can kind of go hand in hand with how you reward people. That's an action you want them to take. So incentivize it. There's nothing wrong with that. This is really big. As soon as you have your system set up and your Google business profile ready, try and work to get several reviews on that profile. It'll go a long way. And as you get customers, send as many of them as possible to that profile to put their reviews there, rather than setting up a different reviews app or something on your website. Google profile needs to have a good amount of reviews before you shift them even over to Facebook, a Facebook page for your business reviews. So I'm recommending you have at least 10 reviews on your business profile before you use anything else for people giving you reviews. Encourage industry partners to refer you. That's another way you can get new leads and new business, not just with customers, but with people who have been vendors alongside of you, and they've seen you work and they've seen what you do for the same customers that they have. Maybe you're an event planner, and you've done a wedding, and there's been a DJ there, and there's been a florist there, and there's been a wedding coordinator there. And, so tap into that. And if you're working with the same people all the time, then say, hey, I've got some space coming up in a couple of months. If you hear of anybody that needs somebody, and just prompt them. Don't act like one of those business owners that's just quiet about needing business, because that can be mistaken for, well, my calendar's full. I just have slews of people that want to work with me. It can kind of come across as arrogant. It can also kind of make people think that you actually don't need business referrals when you do. So don't do that. We're going to get reviews first. We're going to work on that from our customers. So the way we're going to do that is go grab your Google profile review link, which I'm going to show in the next lesson. We're going to draft a review request email. Yes, this is another email. I promise I'm compiling the checklist of the emails that you need to draft and set up, and I'll make it easy for you. Add a follow-up review reminder email, and then this is where we're going to start using some texting. And I'm a big fan of Not being shy to text. Of course, we're not going to text a lot. We're going to rely more on emails. But if you've worked with somebody and you've got their phone number, do not be shy about texting a couple of these action points to them in your follow-up. Then we're going to start to work on getting referrals after we've gotten some reviews from some customers. This is where you want to set up a Refer Me landing page in ConvertKit. This is how I think you can use your system to your advantage and make referrals easy and quick steps. This is going to explain an incentive for sign up or whatever it is. And all you're going to do is you're going to draft an email. It's going to have the link to that landing page. And that landing page is what people can send to their friends to sign up for some sort of new person sign up. So we're going to look at all of this in ConvertKit again, and you're going to basically be able to use your system, your ConvertKit, and your emailing, and even some texting in order to help get people to refer you. You're going to add a follow-up reminder because every action point needs a follow-up reminder. Then you're going to make this your more of your post-service sequence. You're just going to add it right on there. And then you're going to use texting to, again, text somebody the link for that Refer Me landing page that they can use, that they can send to their friends. And it doesn't hurt to just go ahead and prompt people with a text, even if they've gotten a couple of emails. All right, what's our checklist? Finally, you're like, just give me a list to go by, please, and I'll just check it off. Okay, we're gonna do a pre-service sequence. This is not nearly as technical as it sounds. It's just gonna be 2 emails. We're gonna do the post-service sequence. These are the first couple of things that you wanna set up because this is the bare minimum of what you want ready when you do start to work with customers. If you're working with customers already and you've got several people that you have not sent any of this information to, then you're going to be missing out on turning those people into really good business generation. So I'd say prioritize at least these first 5 emails. Then you can start to work on adding the reward offer email and the reminder email to that post-service sequence. The post-service sequence is going to just continue to get longer and longer as you add a few things in it, which we're going to talk about. You're going to set up that Refer Me landing page. You're going to add the Refer Me emails. Again, it's the first one and then the reminder. And then you're going to write a couple of little scripts so that you have that handy to make it very fast for you to shoot a couple of texts to customers. The text about, let's see, the reviews, I think is what we talked about, and a Refer Me text. If you have this checklist checked off and you've set this stuff up, you have basically automated some of the essential ingredients to communicating with your customers, helping them know what to expect, helping keep them in the loop, and then helping yourself get the most out of that customer interaction. It's going to be great. All right, so we're going to move on from here, and I'm going to show you what the setup of several of these components looks like in the actual system. In the last lesson, we landed on that system checklist, and you're looking at it going, all right, I have all these emails to make and I need to build this. What do I do with all this? I'm going to show you. I have basically built this out in like a demonstration form so that I can show you how this looks in ConvertKit, and I will explain a few key things you need to do. But remember, it is worth it to take the time and to get this done. And once you're in there and you're working on these emails and sequences, I promise it doesn't take hardly any time at all to get these built. And I'm going to give you examples that you can basically copy. So I'm going to save you time. Let's look in ConvertKit at several things from our checklist, and I'm just going to go line item by line item. So the first thing, we are going to set up retain pre-service sequence. This is what will go out to people when they first contact you for a service. These are your hot leads that we are hoping turn into customers. So this is what sequences looks like. You've got different options here in ConvertKit. And let me warn you, when you work on emails to automate, you do not want to go to broadcasts, because that is to set up just your one-off email. The broadcast section is not where to go to do an automated email funnel, workflow, whatever you want to call it. What you want to do is you want to go to sequences. That's where we're at right now. I've got a demo of this. So it's right here, SSM demo, new customer sequence. When I went to set it up, let's go back out actually. All you have to do is come up here to new sequence, and it's going to give you the option for a new sequence. You're going to choose a template. I tend to steer people toward pretty much your basic text email template. Text emails that are pretty plain. First of all, they look like they were just sent from your regular email inbox, and that helps people trust it. It doesn't look flashy. It doesn't look like a salesy, hypey email with a bunch of stuff going on. So there's several good options here. I've actually worked on some of these for myself, so they look a little different than they're going to look when you first get into your account. But just use a plain text email. You do not need a fancy template at all for emailing. Those usually are just really not worth it because they really don't add much. Info session email 1 here is actually what I'm going to choose to use for my demonstration. So I have chosen that, and then it's going to have you set it up. But I'm going to go back to the sequence I already have set up just to save us a little time. So I've already come into the sequence. What it's going to do, it's going to give me one email option. And we're going to build that first email. This is the email that first comes to that person when they've signed up for your business. Hopefully they've signed up through a form on your website and come straight into your ConvertKit, and you can make that work in Lead Pages. So you can even automate them getting this email immediately. I've got a mock subject line. I'm calling this mock business party time events. And I basically kind of just put a very friendly, chatty welcome email in here. And we're going to also set expectations with this email. This is where we're going to say hi. We're going to explain, here's how this whole event planning thing works, so that there's no mystery. The person who signed up is going to feel like you've immediately answered some questions for them. You've immediately communicated with them on some key things. This is actually one of the fuller emails with a little bit more going on, but when people are interested in your service, they're expecting to get more information, so that's totally okay. And then the final thing I've added is, give me your thoughts so I can take this thing to the stratosphere of awesomeness. It's an expectation survey, and that's just going to link to a basic form that you can build in Google Forms is what I recommend, because it's free. I like to use Google Forms. Maybe you have a different way to do a form, like SurveyMonkey is another form platform. So you basically just make this button and you put that link in there. And over here in styles is where you can mess with the different styling and stuff in the actual email itself, in case you're kind of wondering, wait, where do I put the URL? It's over here in styles. So I've mapped out this mock welcome email. It's got a couple of key things going on with it. It's saying hi, you're being friendly. It's giving people the high level step-by-step of here's what happens next. And then you're throwing them an expectation survey so that you can go ahead and get ahead of what their thoughts are. So then the next thing I'm going to do is over here in the sequence, there's the emails tab. I'm going to add the second email that we talked about that needs to go in the pre-service sequence. So you can do both of these emails, knock them out in this one sequence. And here's that little something special. So here's a party palette guide, like we talked about in the last lesson. Let's say you've made one of these and you want to offer it to them. All you have to do is get the email set up and ready to go, and they're going to get it on autopilot. How amazing is that?
Now, one thing I want to point out in both of these emails, you're going to have to publish them. You can do it two ways. There's a button at the bottom if you've not published it, which you can see on this second email. See that publish? You can also click this little tab to publish it. And something really important, the first email you usually want people to get 0 days after they sign up. So you want that to go out immediately. I always change those usually to immediately. And then the second one, you have to be realistic about the time frame that works for your people, but maybe it's after 1 day. You send them this party palette guide, and it's not going to let me publish because there's no link in this party palette guide. It's smart. It's like, you don't have a link there, we're not going to publish because you're going to be sending someone something with no link. But let's say I have the link in there. This is where I would put that URL for this button, and I'm going to go ahead and publish it, but I want to make sure this gets right. So maybe the next day after they've first signed up and they've got that first email, I hit them with oh, here's something special. Didn't want to miss giving this to you. And that's kind of a nice touch. And it also spreads out your contact with them at the beginning. So they're not just getting one email from you. They're getting a follow-up email with something cool, and that brings you back to top of mind so they can go, oh, that's right. Yeah, I need to go do that expectation survey, and I need to make sure I follow the steps to get on the calendar for our first planning session. Or if there's any second step they needed to do that you're waiting on them to do, then this second email can kind of ping them, and they'll know that they need to go do their part. So we've got this sequence done. The emails are published. We know the timing is going to work. And the second thing we're going to do is go to visual automations. I know this sounds like a lot, but you'll get the hang of this. I can set up sequences in like 15 minutes. So I promise this gets easier. You're going to do a new automation. I just pick empty, start from scratch. I don't like templates anyways. I like just clean, and I'll make it. And you can browse templates. You can also just start building, and we're going to start building. There's a couple of ways that this can be triggered. Either you have a form that a new lead that's interested in being a customer signs up on your lead pages. That form was built in ConvertKit, and ConvertKit is going to know to pick from that form. It's going to let you find the name of that form, and you're just going to pick that form. The second option is that they come through manually. Maybe they contact you first, and you want them to go ahead and start getting the automated sequences. So you put them in ConvertKit and you tag them, and your tag is also either going to be in this list, or you can just write one right in here to create a new tag. So maybe you put party time new customer, and that's the tag that you tag them with. You want to make sure you get really good at tagging every single person that's added into ConvertKit or any email platform you have, because let me tell you, it will make a huge difference in keeping them organized and getting the right type of communication to them down the road forever in your business. So there are two options here. You choose which one works for you. Maybe at first you're just manually adding them until you can get more stuff set up. Maybe you have a form already. That's great. So you're going to create this party time new customer tag. Great. And you're going to add the event. And this is not going to do anything yet, because basically you're tagging them, and it's going to say, all right, cool, what do we do now? These little plus symbols is what you tell the sequence to do next. So you're going to be able to take an action and pull in an email sequence. Remember that sequence we just built? That's the email sequence that we want. Here's your new customer sequence. All you're going to have to do is add that action, and that's it. That's your sequence. See, it's actually really simple. If you want to add emails, some providers force you to come into the sequence and add the emails piece by piece, and you can kind of see them all in a list.
This one is different. You have to go back to your sequence to add emails in the actual sequence. So that's different than other platforms. I don't know if I love it, but I'm getting used to it. So just keep in mind, as you're adding emails, you need to go into the sequence to add the emails. And once you've published those emails, it's going to add it here. So that's how we're going to do the new customer sequence. We're going to do a very similar thing with the post service sequence. I've actually already got a mock one built. Let's look at it really quick because you don't need to spend forever building these sequences. I'm going to give you a chance to go ahead and just look at this. So I've created another sequence. It's called the customer follow-up. Make sure you get good with naming conventions so that you don't get confused later. What is this? Some people name things very generally in their platforms and it ends up getting more confusing later. So be specific when you're naming things like sequences and automations and all of that. So I've written an email. This is as soon as the service is done, they're going to get this. I'm going to publish it and I'm going to pick, okay, well, we finished their service. Maybe I give them a second tag that triggers this sequence, and that tag is post service, party time post service, or something like that. So when do I want them to get this email? Do I want it to wait a day? Probably like a day after the service fits. If something longer is better for your customers, you get to choose. So maybe it's immediate, maybe it's a day, but here's the email. I'm immediately asking them for a survey to give me feedback, especially since our experience is fresh. And you really shouldn't be shy about that if you've given a fantastic experience. People are going to want to give you great feedback right away if they had a great experience. Then we're going to set up this second email that is a cool incentive if they plan another event with you. So I just came up with this. I'm not an event planner at all, but this would be really sweet to offer somebody. Plan a second event with us soon. We'll cover the cost of your DJ. I mean, is it worth it for you to get that customer back? I think yes. I think it's worth it for you to give them a pretty nice incentive. And it does have a deadline. You have to book your next event within 6 months from your latest occasion. So you're kind of putting some urgency on them. And that's our second email. And then remember, we want a reminder. So our reminder email is going to remind them of both the feedback survey. Hey, look, it's only 5 questions. And then this cool incentive. So again, we're going to make sure our timing for these emails works. So they get the first one day after service. Maybe they get this one like 3 days after service. You can just change it right here. And then they get this next one, this reminder email, maybe like 7 days, like a full week after service. You want to make sure all of this timing makes sense and isn't all overlapping too much, but hits them pretty quickly because we're going to continue to add to this sequence. Remember, this post-service sequence also gets the reward offer email and reminder for new rewards every time you want to offer customers new rewards. So let's say we want to wait like a month after service and we want a brand new email added. Maybe this email is a cool new reward that you've started offering customers and it expires in 30 days. So they have to act more quickly. You're going to send them that. And then you're going to add the reminder so that they are reminded about that reward. And then you're going to continue to add emails to this. They don't all have to be incentive or reward emails. Sometimes maybe they're just going to be educational and helpful. You can continue to add to this sequence as much as you want. In fact, I think one of the best ways to market is adding emails to customer sequences so that they continue to hear from you. And that can be a mix. My Plan Your Email Marketing course goes over some thoughts and ideas of what to put in emails. So if you want to dig deeper into that, you can go take that course for free with your enrollment in this course. All right, let's look at how to build your Refer Me landing page and a short sequence for anybody that your customers refer to you. I've got over here in Grow, I've got a landing pages and forums section where I've done a lot of landing pages and forums. And we're going to look at a possible one. So you're going to create new to get it started. You're going to do a landing page. A landing page is easier to link out and for anybody to kind of get to it. A form needs somewhere to be hosted. So a form is better if you're like putting it on a website to capture leads, whereas a landing page is a link that you can kind of put anywhere. I ended up choosing a nice template here. It's Cypress, and I already have it built just for time's sake. So let's go out and look at that. All right, so I've named it something different. Don't forget to name things what they are. Otherwise, it's going to pull the template name in, and later you're going to look back for it and you're going to go, which one did I build? What is it called? So I've just done a really quick update on the template, and this is going to go to the person that your customers are inviting or referring. So it's got just quick, casual conversation copy. I just had a fantastic experience. So put it in your customer's voice to them. It's like they're sending them this invite. And then there's a way that they can sign up here. I actually want to make that sign up. That's the language I prefer over subscribe. And if they are interested and they want 15% off an event planning service through 2024, if they mention their friend's name who's a customer and referred them, then they can come down here. The way that you add to these fields is with this little plus sign. So I've added a couple. I do want people's phone numbers if I'm a service provider, because when you're doing that kind of one-on-one type of interaction, it's good to have phone numbers. Plus, we do some texting after the service, as you know. So phone number is something I'm going to ask for. That's not always going to be true depending on the business. But at the very minimum, you want first name, email address, and then who sent you this form? So you can add this in. You go over and you select, whenever you add a field with the plus sign, you select which field. You cannot do the same field in all of these because it's going to overwrite. So if somebody puts in their name and then it asks for their name again, it's going to overwrite it. So they each need to be different. But I have several options here. Text area is where I can actually do a custom form and ask them for something specific. And this is where I would write like best time for a meeting or something like that. So maybe I want them to tell me when can you meet, and I might add something like that in another box. Don't give people too much to fill out though. So I'm actually going to delete that one. Another thing really quick, you want to make all of these required by clicking the little required box right here over on the right as you are working out these fields. The reason for that is if they're truly interested in working with you, you need to get the information from them that you're asking for. If people don't give you enough information, then it's going to be hard for you to follow up. So I like to pick the essential information and then make it all required. But you don't always have to do this. You can actually turn this built with ConvertKit on and off, by the way. So you can show it or not show it. All right, so I've got the landing page ready. And when I go to publish it up here in the corner, it's going to give me this link to copy. So now I have access to the link, and that's what I can spread around for people to use to get their friends to sign up for my services. I saved the landing page. And our final step, now that we've got this, is to set up a little sequence for, where is my sequence? Here we go, back to sequences. And I want that person that is getting into that form and being referred to me, I want them to get a couple emails, obviously. So here's the first email. Oh, look, you signed up and I want to start planning your event. So you're going to be chatty for a minute, and then you're going to explain, okay, what's going on here? You want the 15% off? Cool. Well, we need to lock in the date. here's what to do, and then you kind of give them some action steps. We're going to send them a reminder email to make sure they got the message. You might even add another reminder email or two to drip out over a couple of weeks' time so that they take action. And this can, get a little bit more elaborate, but this is just an example. So after you've got the email sequence ready, you're going to go back to your visual automation. You're going to set this up so that, let's go ahead and do it right now. Start from scratch. Start building. We do have a form this time, so we know that for sure. And we are going to go grab the name of that form. Here it is, refer me page form. So they're going to get on that. And what's going to happen next? They come to the page, they sign up. We're going to tag them for sure. Always tag. Refer me sign up is a good tag for that. So we're going to create that. And then we're going to follow the tagging up with the sequence that we built. So we're going to go find our sequence. And here it is. And we're going to add it. And you can keep adding if you want to, or you can keep adding to the sequence. But right now, we are all set to get our customers to use that form link to start referring, because we know when somebody new goes through that form, they're going to be taken care of. They're going to get a couple emails to communicate what they need to know. And so we can sit back and just send our link out to our customers in a couple extra emails in that post-service funnel like we talked about. Hopefully all of this makes sense. I know that was a little bit of a deep dive into creating an email workflow, but our automated marketing and communication and the way we treat our customers relies heavily on getting them the right information in a timely manner. And once you've got it set up, you're going to be so thankful that it's done and it's working in the background while you go about your business. So the final thing we're going to want to do, we do have a couple of review emails that we want to add to that sequence, that post-service sequence. So let me really quickly show you, where in the heck do you find your My Google Business Profile link? If you go over to your account, you click open your little menu there, you go to Profile Manager. See, it's going to show up right here. And you're going to see a little menu of different things going on with your profile. And it's going to show you this ask for reviews. There it is right there. Review link. You need to save that somewhere. Put that on a sticky note on your desktop. Put it in the little notes app. Put it somewhere where you can get to it easily and not have to jump into Google Business Profile every time you need it. But that's where it is. You can grab that link. You can add those couple of emails asking for people to go click that link and go put a review on your business profile. You've got it set up and ready for a reason, and we want to collect reviews there. So that should be everything that you need to set up your customer repeat ready sequences and automated everything in your system. In the last lesson, we landed on that system checklist, and you're looking at it going, all right, I have all these emails to make and I need to build this. What do I do with all this? I'm going to show you. I have basically built this out in like a demonstration form so that I can show you how this looks in ConvertKit, and I will explain a few key things you need to do. But remember, it is worth it to take the time and to get this done. And once you're in there and you're working on these emails and sequences, I promise it doesn't take hardly any time at all to get these built. And I'm going to give you examples that you can basically copy. So I'm going to save you time. Let's look in ConvertKit at several things from our checklist, and I'm just going to go line item by line item. So the first thing, we are going to set up retain pre-service sequence. This is what will go out to people when they first contact you for a service. These are your hot leads that we are hoping turn into customers. So this is what sequences looks like. You've got different options here in ConvertKit. And let me warn you, When you work on emails to automate, you do not want to go to broadcasts because that is to set up just your one-off email. The broadcast section is not where to go to do an automated email funnel, workflow, whatever you want to call it. What you want to do is you want to go to sequences. That's where we're at right now. I've got a demo of this. So it's right here, SSM demo, new customer sequence. When I went to set it up, let's go back out actually. All you have to do is come up here to new sequence, and it's going to give you the option for a new sequence. You're going to choose a template. I tend to steer people toward pretty much your basic text email template. Text emails that are pretty plain. First of all, they look like they were just sent from your regular email inbox, and that helps people trust it. It doesn't look flashy. It doesn't look like a salesy, hypey email with a bunch of stuff going on. So there's several good options here. I've actually worked on some of these for myself, so they look a little different than they're going to look when you first get into your account. But just use a plain text email. You do not need a fancy template at all for emailing. Those usually are just really not worth it because they really don't add much. Info session email 1 here is actually what I'm going to choose to use for my demonstration. So I have chosen that, and then it's going to have you set it up. But I'm going to go back to the sequence I already have set up just to save us a little time. So I've already come into the sequence. What it's going to do, it's going to give me one email option. And we're going to build that first email. This is the email that first comes to that person when they've signed up for your business. Hopefully they've signed up through a form on your website and come straight into your ConvertKit, and you can make that work in Lead Pages. So you can even automate them getting this email immediately. I've got a mock subject line. I'm calling this mock business party time events. And I basically kind of just put a very friendly, chatty welcome email in here. And we're going to also set expectations with this email. This is where we're going to say hi. We're going to explain, here's how this whole event planning thing works so that there's no mystery. The person who signed up is going to feel like you've immediately answered some questions for them. You've immediately communicated with them on some key things. This is actually one of the fuller emails with a little bit more going on. But when people are interested in your service, they're expecting to get more information. So that's totally okay. And then the final thing I've added is give me your thoughts so I can take this thing to the stratosphere of awesomeness. It's an expectation survey, and that's just going to link to a basic form that you can build in Google Forms is what I recommend because it's free. I like to use Google Forms. Maybe you have a different way to do a form like SurveyMonkey is another form platform. So you basically just make this button and you put that link in there. And over here in styles is where you can mess with the different styling and stuff in the actual email itself in case you're kind of wondering, wait, where do I put the URL? It's over here in styles. So I've mapped out this mock welcome email. It's got a couple of key things going on with it. It's saying hi, you're being friendly. It's giving people the high level step-by-step of here's what happens next. And then you're throwing them an expectation survey so that you can go ahead and get ahead of what their thoughts are. So then the next thing I'm going to do is over here in the sequence, there's the emails tab. I'm going to add the second email that we talked about that needs to go in the pre-service sequence. So you can do both of these emails, knock them out in this one sequence. And here's that little something special. So here's a party palette guide, like we talked about in the last lesson. Let's say you've made one of these and you want to offer it to them. All you have to do is get the email set up and ready to go, and they're going to get it on autopilot. How amazing is that? Now, one thing I want to point out in both of these emails, you're going to have to publish them. You can do it two ways. There's a button at the bottom if you've not published it, which you can see on this second email. See that publish?
You can also click this little tab to publish it. And something really important, the first email you usually want people to get 0 days after they sign up. So you want that to go out immediately. I always change those usually to immediately. And then the second one, you have to be realistic about the time frame that works for your people, but maybe it's after 1 day. You send them this party palette guide, and it's not going to let me publish because there's no link in this party palette guide. It's smart. It's like, you don't have a link there, we're not going to publish because you're going to be sending someone something with no link. But let's say I have the link in there. This is where I'd put that URL for this button, and I'm going to go ahead and publish it, but I want to make sure this gets right. So maybe the next day after they first signed up and they've got that first email, I hit them with oh, here's something special. Didn't want to miss giving this to you. And that's kind of a nice touch. And it also spreads out your contact with them at the beginning. So they're not just getting one email from you. They're getting a follow-up email with something cool, and that brings you back to top of mind so they can go, oh, that's right. Yeah, I need to go do that expectation survey, and I need to make sure I follow the steps to get on the calendar for our first planning session. Or if there's any second step they needed to do that you're waiting on them to do, then this second email can kind of ping them, and they'll know that they need to go do their part. So we've got this sequence done. The emails are published. We know the timing is going to work. And the second thing we're going to do is go to visual automations. I know this sounds like a lot, but you'll get the hang of this. I can set up sequences in like 15 minutes. So I promise this gets easier. You're going to do a new automation. I just pick empty, start from scratch. I don't like templates anyways. I like just clean, and I'll make it. And you can browse templates. You can also just start building, and we're going to start building. There's a couple of ways that this can be triggered. Either you have a form that a new lead that's interested in being a customer signs up on your lead pages. That form was built in ConvertKit, and ConvertKit is going to know to pick from that form. It's going to let you find the name of that form, and you're just going to pick that form. The second option is that they come through manually. Maybe they contact you first, and you want them to go ahead and start getting the automated sequences. So you put them in ConvertKit and you tag them, and your tag is also either going to be in this list, or you can just write one right in here to create a new tag. So maybe you put party time new customer, and that's the tag that you tag them with. You want to make sure you get really good at tagging every single person that's added into ConvertKit or any email platform you have, because let me tell you, it will make a huge difference in keeping them organized and getting the right type of communication to them down the road forever in your business. So there are two options here. You choose which one works for you. Maybe at first you're just manually adding them until you can get more stuff set up. Maybe you have a form already. That's great. So you're going to create this party time new customer tag. Great. And you're going to add the event. And this is not going to do anything yet, because basically you're tagging them, and it's going to say, all right, cool, what do we do now? These little plus symbols is what you tell the sequence to do next. So you're going to be able to take an action and pull in an email sequence. Remember that sequence we just built? That's the email sequence that we want. Here's your new customer sequence. All you're going to have to do is add that action, and that's it. That's your sequence. See, it's actually really simple. If you want to add emails, some providers force you to come into the sequence and add the emails piece by piece, and you can kind of see them all in a list. This one is different. You have to go back to your sequence to add emails in the actual sequence. So that's different than other platforms. I don't know if I love it. but I'm getting used to it. So just keep in mind, as you're adding emails, you need to go into the sequence to add the emails. And once you've published those emails, it's going to add it here. So that's how we're going to do the new customer sequence. We're going to do a very similar thing with the post service sequence. I've actually already got a mock one built. Let's look at it really quick because you don't need to spend forever building these sequences. I'm going to give you a chance to go ahead and just look at this. So I've created another sequence. It's called the customer follow-up. Make sure you get good with naming conventions so that you don't get confused later. What is this? Some people name things very generally in their platforms and it ends up getting more confusing later. So be specific when you're naming things like sequences and automations and all of that. So I've written an email. This is as soon as the service is done, they're going to get this. I'm going to publish it and I'm going to pick, okay, well, we finished their service. Maybe I give them a second tag that triggers this sequence, and that tag is post service, party time post service, or something like that. So when do I want them to get this email? Do I want it to wait a day? Probably like a day after the service fits. If something longer is better for your customers, you get to choose. So maybe it's immediate, maybe it's a day, but here's the email. I'm immediately asking them for a survey to give me feedback, especially since our experience is fresh. And you really shouldn't be shy about that if you've given a fantastic experience. People are going to want to give you great feedback right away if they had a great experience. Then we're going to set up this second email that is a cool incentive if they plan another event with you. So I just came up with this. I'm not an event planner at all, but this would be really sweet to offer somebody. Plan a second event with us soon. We'll cover the cost of your DJ. I mean, is it worth it for you to get that customer back? I think yes. I think it's worth it for you to give them a pretty nice incentive. And it does have a deadline. You have to book your next event within 6 months from your latest occasion. So you're kind of putting some urgency on them. And that's our second email. And then remember, we want a reminder. So our reminder email is going to remind them of both the feedback survey. Hey, look, it's only 5 questions. And then this cool incentive. So again, we're going to make sure our timing for these emails works. So they get the first one day after service. Maybe they get this one like 3 days after service. You can just change it right here. And then they get this next one, this reminder email, maybe like 7 days, like a full week after service. You want to make sure all of this timing makes sense and isn't all overlapping too much, but hits them pretty quickly because we're going to continue to add to this sequence. Remember, this post-service sequence also gets the reward offer email and reminder for new rewards every time you want to offer customers new rewards. So let's say we want to wait like a month after service and we want a brand new email added. Maybe this email is a cool new reward that you've started offering customers and it expires in 30 days. So they have to act more quickly. You're going to send them that. And then you're going to add the reminder so that they are reminded about that reward. And then you're going to continue to add emails to this. They don't all have to be incentive or reward emails. Sometimes maybe they're just going to be educational and helpful. You can continue to add to this sequence as much as you want. In fact, I think one of the best ways to market is adding emails to customer sequences so that they continue to hear from you. And that can be a mix. My Plan Your Email Marketing course goes over some thoughts and ideas of what to put in emails. So if you want to dig deeper into that, you can go take that course for free with your enrollment in this course. All right, let's look at how to build your Refer Me landing page and a short sequence for anybody that your customers refer to you. I've got over here in Grow,
I've got a landing pages and forums section where I've done a lot of landing pages and forums. And we're going to look at a possible one. So you're going to create new to get it started. You're going to do a landing page. A landing page is easier to link out and for anybody to kind of get to it. A form needs somewhere to be hosted. So a form is better if you're like putting it on a website to capture leads, whereas a landing page is a link that you can kind of put anywhere. I ended up choosing a nice template here. It's Cypress. And I already have it built just for time's sake. So let's go out and look at that. All right, so I've named it something different. Don't forget to name things what they are. Otherwise, it's going to pull the template name in, and later you're going to look back for it and you're going to go, which one did I build? What is it called? So I've just done a really quick update on the template, and this is going to go to the person that your customers are inviting or referring. So it's got just quick, casual conversation copy. I just had a fantastic experience. So put it in your customer's voice to them. It's like they're sending them this invite. And then there's a way that they can sign up here. I actually want to make that sign up. That's the language I prefer over subscribe. And if they are interested and they want 15% off an event planning service through 2024, if they mention their friend's name who's a customer and referred them, then they can come down here. The way that you add to these fields is with this little plus sign. So I've added a couple. I do want people's phone numbers if I'm a service provider, because when you're doing that kind of one-on-one type of interaction, it's good to have phone numbers. Plus, we do some texting after the service, as you know. So phone number is something I'm going to ask for. That's not always going to be true depending on the business. But at the very minimum, you want first name, email address, and then who sent you this form? So you can add this in. You go over and you select, whenever you add a field with the plus sign, you select which field. You cannot do the same field in all of these because it's going to overwrite. So if somebody puts in their name and then it asks for their name again, it's going to overwrite it. So they each need to be different. But I have several options here. Text area is where I can actually do a custom form and ask them for something specific. And this is where I would write like best time for a meeting or something like that. So maybe I want them to tell me when can you meet, and I might add something like that in another box. Don't give people too much to fill out though. So I'm actually going to delete that one. Another thing really quick, you want to make all of these required by clicking the little required box right here over on the right as you are working out these fields. The reason for that is if they're truly interested in working with you, you need to get the information from them that you're asking for. If people don't give you enough information, then it's going to be hard for you to follow up. So I like to pick the essential information and then make it all required. But you don't always have to do this. You can actually turn this built with ConvertKit on and off, by the way. So you can show it or not show it. All right, so I've got the landing page ready. And when I go to publish it up here in the corner, it's going to give me this link to copy. So now I have access to the link, and that's what I can spread around for people to use to get their friends to sign up for my services. I saved the landing page. And our final step, now that we've got this, is to set up a little sequence for, where is my sequence? Here we go, back to sequences. And I want that person that is getting into that form and being referred to me, I want them to get a couple emails, obviously. So here's the first email. Oh, look, you signed up and I want to start planning your event. So you're going to be chatty for a minute, and then you're going to explain, okay, what's going on here? You want the 15% off? Cool. Well, we need to lock in the date. Here's what to do. And then you kind of give them some action steps. We're going to send them a reminder email to make sure they got the message. You might even add another reminder email or two to drip out over a couple of weeks' time so that they take action. And this can, get a little bit more elaborate, but this is just an example. So after you've got the email sequence ready, you're going to go back to your visual automation. You're going to set this up so that, let's go ahead and do it right now. Start from scratch. Start building. We do have a form this time, so we know that for sure. And we are going to go grab the name of that form. Here it is, refer me page form. So they're going to get on that. And what's going to happen next? They come to the page, they sign up. We're going to tag them for sure. Always tag. Refer me sign up is a good tag for that. So we're going to create that. And then we're going to follow the tagging up with the sequence that we built. So we're going to go find our sequence. And here it is. And we're going to add it. And you can keep adding if you want to, or you can keep adding to the sequence. But right now, we are all set to get our customers to use that form link to start referring, because we know when somebody new goes through that form, they're going to be taken care of. They're going to get a couple emails to communicate what they need to know. And so we can sit back and just send our link out to our customers in a couple extra emails in that post-service funnel like we talked about. Hopefully all of this makes sense. I know that was a little bit of a deep dive into creating an email workflow, but our automated marketing and communication and the way we treat our customers relies heavily on getting them the right information in a timely manner. And once you've got it set up, you're going to be so thankful that it's done and it's working in the background while you go about your business. So the final thing we're going to want to do, we do have a couple of review emails that we want to add to that sequence, that post-service sequence. So let me really quickly show you, where in the heck do you find your My Google Business Profile link? If you go over to your account, you click open your little menu there, you go to Profile Manager. See, it's going to show up right here. And you're going to see a little menu of different things going on with your profile. And it's going to show you this ask for reviews. There it is right there. Review link. You need to save that somewhere. Put that on a sticky note on your desktop. Put it in the little notes app. Put it somewhere where you can get to it easily and not have to jump into Google Business Profile every time you need it. But that's where it is. You can grab that link. You can add those couple of emails asking for people to go click that link and go put a review on your business profile. You've got it set up and ready for a reason, and we want to collect reviews there. So that should be everything that you need to set up your customer repeat ready sequences and automated everything in your system. Look at that, you finished Savvy Startup Marketer. I am so proud of you. I hope you're proud of yourself. You are doing the work and putting in the effort and doing things right from the beginning, and you are going to go far. Don't forget, leave me a review. Let me know what you thought about the course. And if this was the ideal type of coaching for you, if it's exactly what you feel like you've needed, I have more where that came from. Go check out lindsaywagnon.com for that. And don't forget about the Savvy Startup Marketer podcast, where you can get more weekly free advice from me. Your certificate of completion is on the way. Do me a solid. Go grab a screenshot of that and post for your world that you accomplished this course, that you're on your way to small business ownership success. And don't forget to tag me. Lindsay Wagnon Marketing is where you can find me on social. Cheers to your thriving small business.